Judge Joe Brown's all-new barbecue sauce and seasoning. Justice in the form of flavor.
Law firms will take this as a retainer.
What? It must be a law firm where they hungry as hell. Now you gonna help me with this parole I'm dealing with?
Judge Joe Brown's all-new barbecue sauce and seasoning. Justice in the form of flavor. With one taste of our premium blends of all-natural ingredients, herbs, and spices, you'll fall in love with meat all over again. Judge Joe Brown's all-natural barbecue sauce collection is made up of 2 zesty flavors, original and spicy. There's only one way to bring order back to barbecuing. Just add Judge Joe Brown's all-natural barbecue sauce and seasoning, and you be the judge.
Hi, guys. I'm so extra. So welcome, everybody. Let me know if you can hear me loud and clear. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. Let me put my prop mic. It's not on. It's just a prop. I'm just used to having a mic here. So I'm having a watch party again, and the new party podcast is back. Yes. And Judge Joe Brown will be joining us tonight for the watch party. So I started at 8 because I want us to talk about the Tyreek Hill incident and, give our thoughts on the debate. What should we expect? Debates from the past. And then I'm going to play the debate at 9 p.m. It starts at 9 p.m. Eastern, and it's supposed to be for 90 minutes, 80 or 90 minutes. And then after the debate, we'll have like a quick recap, our thoughts and everything, and close it out. So please like the video, share the video, comment in the comment section or down below. If you would like to ask a question or make a statement for us to read, can you please send it via super chat? Hello to everybody on X. Please repost. Hello to everybody on The Real Judge Joe Brown and, of course, The Real Dana. So I see the new party. Hi, Nora. It's Nora, right?
Hi. Yes.
Yes. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. You look nice.
Thank you. So do you.
Thanks. I like watch parties because it's laid back. It's not.
Right.
I don't need to have notes. And then you guys come on and you get to talk. I let other people really have the floor here. Let me ask you this before I bring Mr. Gary up, honey. And let me just say this to my audience, and I'm going to repeat this throughout the day. Majority of the audience, I do believe, is pro-Trump that listen over here. However, there are some sprinkles of pro-Kamala or pro-Democrat. So, again, we could disagree, but no disrespect, right?
Gray has thick skin, though. He takes the beatings from us on a daily.
Yeah, he doesn't. I could tell. But so did you see a difference in subscribers, in engagement on your platform since the last time you was here?
Absolutely. A shout out to the Real Dana fan base. We really appreciate you. We had a big jump in subscribers. This week we had some controversial topics, so I think YouTube's a little mad at us, but that's okay because we're giving real topics out there.
Mad how? Because they always doing something.
Well, we talked about the cancellation and silencing of right-wing podcasters that have gone after Israel.
Yeah. All right, well, let me bring up, honey, Mr. Gary. Hi.
Hey, Dana, you always call me Gary. It's Gray.
Oh, great. You know what? I think I'm dyslexic because I'm like, I think your name should be Gary because you have all the letters of Gary.
I think it's the Kamala thing. Is it Kamala? Is it Kamala?
How you spell Gary? Gary, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my dyslexia, and I don't really like Gray. I think you look like a Gary. That's why.
My last name is Gray. My real name is Armante.
Oh, I like that, Armante. So why you say Gray? Oh, Gray is your last name.
Yeah, it was marketing. It was for because I had a company before the new party. I was a YouTuber prior to us creating a new party.
Okay. Armonte.
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 Yeah, it's Spanish. Thank you.
It's Spanish.
Yeah, but I'm African American, but my mom is bilingual.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, so born and raised in Florida. You too, Nora, born and raised in Florida.
Well,
I was born in a small town called Valdosta, Georgia. I moved to Clearwater, Florida, the Tampa Bay area at 14, like 9th grade. So I graduated in Florida, so I pretty much feel like I'm from Florida.
Hold on for a second. Listen, I don't want to start this early, honey, but honey, I would not just time you out, honey. I will hide you from my channel. Don't play with me. Oh, dyslexia does not mean illiterate, and I was not diagnosed as being dyslexia. I'm just saying it, but don't play with me tonight. I'm in a good mood. Don't do it.
Yeah. Let's keep it that way.
Yeah. And where is Mr. D White? Because I did say 8:30. My mistake. I should have told y'all when I changed it 8 o'clock. Is he coming?
I believe he should be coming at 8:30.
Okay, that's cool. And we're just waiting for the judge to get in. But I want to let me see something because I was setting up. Let me see what this looks like. Oh no. So I have to add you guys in here. How do I add people?
Present.
No, I need to add you. How do I add people in this thing? Wait a minute. Oh, add an item. Camera shot. There you go. Circle.
Where are you?
Add an item. I'm liking this circle thingy.
Dana, you put 2 R's in the new party on the.
Oh, I did? Oh, sorry. Yeah. I'm going to change it.
Okay. Thank
you.
And
then I'll add another camera slot. Circle. For when he comes on. Save. Okay.
And I just heard from D. He's on the way.
Okay, good. Let me share. Let me go here. So I want to make sure I have this set up. Okay, this is good. See what it looks like here. Okay. And then, okay, perfect. All right. So before the debate comes on in a little bit, I want to go to Tyreek Hill.
Mm-hmm.
I want to, oh no, what I'm doing, share, yeah, okay. So I want us to discuss Tyreek Hill. So this is the body cam. This is the body cam that took place. Hi, Katalia. And I want to play this. And then I want to, get you guys' opinion on it because you guys are in Florida. Nora, you were born and raised in Florida, right?
Yeah, and actually I'm from Hollywood, Florida, where this occurred at.
Oh, wow. All right, so I'm gonna play this. This is the body cam, and then we'll discuss it.
Why don't you have your seatbelt on? Why don't you have your seatbelt on? Like what? Why do you have it up? Hey! Keep your window down! Hey! Keep your window down. Keep your window down. I'm gonna get you out of the car. As a matter of fact, get out of the car. Give me your ass, bro. Get out of the car. Give me your ass, we'll break that freaking window. Get out of the car. Get out of the car right now. We're not playing this game. Get out. 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 What part of blood don't you understand? Hey, Drew, I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting arrested. I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting out, bro. God damn, twin. When we tell you to do something, you do it. You understand? I'm getting out. You understand? Not what you want, but what we tell you. You're a little fucking confused. I'm getting out, bro. Too late. Chill, bro. Too late. All right, bro. Take me to jail, bro. Do what you gotta do, bro. We are. We will. Good, bro. It is good. Hey, Drew, hey. Don't worry about it. I hung up the phone. You stop crying. Bro. Y'all. Don't move. Good. Bro, you beating on my window like you crazy. You set him up? Why y'all beating on my window like y'all crazy for? Damn, yo, bro, dude beating on my window like he crazy. I ain't do nothing, twin. Damn.
Hey, don't park there. Don't park there.
Hey. Hold on, bro. I just had surgery on my knee. bro. I just had surgery on my knee, bro. I just had surgery in your ears when we go there. Chill, bro. Hey, don't do, bro. Back up. Hey, call Drew. Hey, call Drew. Call Drew, bro. Hey, call Drew, bro. Hey, what? Hey, call Drew, bro. Just call Drew. Hey. Your license right now.
All right, so I ain't want to sit through all that. So I want to ask you guys, your thoughts on the Tyreek Hill situation.
What's your thoughts, Nora?
I mean, driving while black in South Florida doesn't surprise me that this happened. He was in a $100,000 vehicle in Miami, Florida. And I will say, it's still the deep South, unfortunately. I've heard different takes on this. I've heard he should have just complied and had the windows down. But then I think the question I pose is, if he was a white man, would that have happened in a $100,000 vehicle? I think it was too aggressive. I mean, they took it left out of nowhere. And I think the fact that he did comply is what saved his life. Gray, what do you think?
I think the issue with law enforcement is they need customer service skills. I think you don't have to necessarily go to 0 to 100 over and over. Tyreek Hill probably shouldn't have rolled the window up. He probably was on the phone and he was trying to call somebody. I know that's what the majority of the time that a person does, they get pulled over. But like with these police, they know they're being recorded, and then it's just like you doing aggressive stuff. You can just kind of be chill about it, but you have a job to do. And I understand if people are compliant, you have the right to use force.
And I'm reading the chat. I feel like he was following directions. That's what saved his life. I mean, I was on a jury in the top of the year, and it was a similar situation where it escalated fast, and the person at the time that was on trial took off with the vehicle, and it was a big case. You guys might have heard of it. And the cop was holding on. Luckily, the cop was alive, and that's why it was an attempted murder versus a murder crime. But I mean, these interactions go left fast. A lot of these cops, I'm agreeing with Gray, they have PTSD, some of them, and they're not they need to improve their customer service. I understand that they're fearful of their life, but I mean, it escalated really fast in the situation.
I was muted. So this is the thing, because I said that Tyreek needs to take accountability for 3 things. His windows were tinted, and apparently in Florida, you guys cannot have tinted windows. And especially
not past a certain amount. They tested, which was the start of the situation I was on trial for, with the trial for. He had tints too dark, and that was what the reason was for him initially pulling him over.
Mm-hmm. So that was number 1. Number 2, because you had tinted windows, you should have left the window down. Period. If you had regular windows, you could roll it back up after you gave them your information, because they usually take it, go back in their car, run it, and then come back to you or whatever. they can't see inside. So that's a safety issue. Then 3, when, they have to handcuff them once they get you out, whatever, and sit you down for safety reasons. But I could tell he was kind of delaying the sit down. And then he was like, I just had surgery. So those 3 things of attitude made the cops get emotional. When I say emotional, they got aggressive. And when you get aggressive, you lose control of the situation. And I am going to stand on that, because you are the authority. You need to always keep your cool and make sure that you are controlling the scene. But when you start getting overly aggressive like that, which is being overly emotional, then you're going to do stuff. A lot of times, some people, depending on what city or state, that he probably would have got tased or worse.
True.
But you threw him down on his face, cuffed him with your knee in the back, cursing, or you're gonna cry now, badgering him a little bit, all this other stuff. And that is because you gave them attitude in the beginning. But again, police officers, like you're saying, Gray, part of it is customer service. For me, you are in control of the situation, and you need to control your emotions in the situation. So that's how I look at it. I do think it was overly aggressive, but Tyreek Hill needs to take accountability. And it's like, okay, if you worry about your knee, you just ran over 150 yards and had 1 or 2 touchdowns in the game. So your knee wasn't really the issue. You was just pissed off that all this commotion was going on and you on your way to work. You should have just told them who you were. But you gave them reason when you had the tinted windows and you rolled it back up. But they needed to learn self-control. Hi, Judge.
Hi there.
How are you?
Okay, I was listening to the remarks on the situation down there outside of the arena. What I'd say on it is interesting. It's like in the last 15 years, we've become used to police engaging for a number of reasons in public relations campaigns of being nice. Under the law as it exists now, they don't have to be that kind of nice, but we expect it. And there's also a compact that says, act like you have some sense. And if you just for the purposes that you choose to have, you want to go for bad, then act for bad. Don't start crying when they throw you face down on the ground and cuff you, and then don't start whining about your knee. That's off man code. I'm sorry. If you're going to be man, be man. If you're going to go for bad, be bad. Don't start crying about it.
Well, I want to introduce you to Nora and Gray. They are part of the podcast called The New Party. And guys, of course, this is Judge Joe Brown. Say hi, everybody.
Nice
Hello,
to meet you,
It's great
Judge.
to meet you.
Nora, you are independent.
Yes, I'm a registered independent.
And Gray, you are a Democrat.
Yes, I'm a Democrat.
And you will be voting for Kamala.
Absolutely.
And who are you voting for, Nora?
Trump. And I'm finally proud. I'm proud to say it's my first time ever voting for him, and I'm not looking back.
I'm voting for Trump. This is the 3rd time. My main motivation is, aside from all of the stuff that I see in the media, which is classic propaganda, and I studied that for a couple of years at UCLA more than a half century ago. I am very disturbed by something I did today, which is I cross-checked certain key words and phrases. And what popped up was very interesting. I saw a period of time between 1933 and 1936 or 7 when those words and phrases were quite popular. And in the last 2-3 years. Unfortunately, the period of time 90 years ago embraced a period in Nazi Germany when those same words and phrases were used. and in the last several years here in this country by mostly people that are very vehemently against Donald Trump. So I find the parallels between Nazism classically by the National Socialist Workers Party and the neo-Nazism that I see now on the blue side. I think that's rather disturbing, and I've also seen it too when I try to cross-reference translations of the same phrases for fascist Italy, for Franco Spain right before World War II and afterwards, and also for Perón down in Argentina, Perón, excuse me. So these words and phrases seem to be very much associated with totalitarian fascism. And I wonder why. So here we go. Let's see what happens tonight.
Should we go back to real quick to finish up on the Tyreek Hill? He ended up being on CNN.
Well, I mean, see, from my perspective, I've seen thousands of these incidents over the last half century. I grew up in Los Angeles, California, South Central LA, though I don't have that voice anymore. It changed when I got to the South 50 some years ago. But what I see now is like a bunch of Boy Scouts in cop uniforms compared to the way they used to be. They'd be more like those Nazis. It's a thing, so I'm marveling at the expectations. They used to have a nightstick. Every cop riding in the squad car had a nightstick. They wouldn't carry him in the car, but they had the loops, and as soon as they got out, they would have put the nightstick in the loop, and they would have used it on dude outside the stadium. Applied freely. 25, 30, 35 years ago.
Judge, you don't feel like now with the cameras, the stuff that they've been doing for years is just getting exposed?
Well, it's not that it's getting exposed. It's what they are exposing is lightweight. See, I've seen cops. One thing, I was helping out a professor at law school along with two other law students during an investigation. He volunteered to do some pro bono representation in a criminal case. We were on the porch. It was in Venice, California. We were talking to three witnesses. Somebody drove up in a brand new Oldsmobile 442. He parked it at the curb, just got it off the dealer's lot, came up and was bragging about it. A drunk came along, sideswiped 7 or 8 cars, including his brand new car, crashed into a phone pole, crumpled his the front of his car up, staggered out drunk, collapsed across his vehicle. Police were called. An hour and a half later, this guy is beginning to revive. When the police finally come there, the car owners are upset, especially the one that had a new 442. And as we are standing there, about 11 or 12 of us, this sergeant said, "You got a problem? You don't like what's going on? I'll give you something to have a problem with." Pulled his revolver out and shot the guy in the shoulder twice. And said, "Now you got a problem. Come on, boys, let's go." See, that's LAPD back in the day. So we had to take him to the emergency room because we couldn't get a 911 response. Now, that's the way they used to roll. Like I said, what you see on the cell phone cameras isn't as rough as what you used to see right out on the streets with your own eyes.
I completely agree, but as a judge now, every time you do something, there's a big chance that somebody's gonna file a lawsuit. So
yeah, but is what I saw was maybe a little rough, but it wasn't particularly out of line. See, when you get a driver's license, you agree to the compact that you are going to cooperate with police during routine traffic stops. So there is a misunderstanding. When you commit a traffic violation, you are supposed to be arrested, but early on, what wound up happening is it crowded the jail, so they decided to do what the Brits did for minor infractions. They would issue a citation in lieu of arrest. In fact, if you sign a ticket, it says this is not confessing the offense. This is a citation signed in lieu of physical arrest. So technically, under the law, they had the right to put him in cuffs right when they stopped him, but they were doing the nicety of, we're going to write you a ticket, roll your window down. You don't do that. That, by the way, sets off all the alarm bells that the cops get taught to respond to when they're in training. Somebody's got the dark windows, you can't see in there, you don't know what the person's doing, how are they acting, and when you start getting these cues, the training, they get ramps up their response and their alertness, because a lot of cops get shot and killed, and they want to go home and see their loved ones at the end of the day. It's not like they volunteered for or got drafted for the military. This is their day-to-day job. So what happens is, unfortunately, there's a thing going on that is not good. And it's basically in protecting people from bullies. The average adult has no or limited experience in fist fights or nonviolent combats growing up. So he's a cop or he's a citizen, and they're amateurs at it rather than experienced at it. And they do things body language wise, which I saw a lot of in what I was looking at, that simply ramp the atmosphere up, make it more hostile, and you're going to get a mess just like this. So, and then to see this, I'm looking at what one of the players did who pulled up and got shooed away, and then the other one that didn't seem to want to move himself from his parking diagonally across the lane, and he wound up getting a little rough treatment himself when it came down to, you're going to show me your license and you can't leave anymore. So there we go. Not good.
I just think the whole situation, the police officers, they didn't have control, and they should have, and it was a way to do it. So I don't know. Yes, like I said, I do blame Tyreek for certain things, but at the same time, I'm putting blame on the officers because you are in authority.
May I make one observation? This is 3 pro football players. They're in top physical condition. They've been battling it out on the field. They've had a summer of workouts, 2 a day. And here's some cops much older than them who are not in that kind of shape, not of that physical stature. And there is this problem of, what do you do when a superb physical specimen who is in much better physical condition than you are gets out of hand? How do you handle it without it being embarrassing or dangerous to the public? See, you do have that to consider. So before the gladiator gets going, or the gladiators plural, the 3 of them, the football players, who 2 of whom pulled up to support their teammate, before they get going at it, you diffuse it so it doesn't get to be a real live mess.
All right, I want to switch gears to the debate now. And guys, please hit the like button. I want to get 1,000 likes. So, and we're under 5, so I definitely want to get over 5, close to 7. So hit the like button, because I'm going to put another poll in there. So this was floating around. Kamala. So what was trending on X is, I am not his daughter. So it's a clip. I don't know if it's some news show doing a story on Willie Brown when he became mayor, but it was a throwback of your girl Kamala and Willie Brown.
He's a rogue, all right, notorious for his flamboyant lifestyle. Flashy clothes, fancy parties, fine women.
Are you his daughter? No, I'm not.
and fast cars.
You should from now on address me as the mayor.
If ever a man and a municipality were made for each other, it is this man, this place. He's a rogue, all right, notorious for his flamboyant lifestyle. Flashy clothes, fancy parties, fine women.
Are you his daughter?
She wanted to say, a bitch, I'm his woman.
I already told you my theory last time, Dana.
Oh, what was that? What was the theory?
My theory is they're secretly still together, and this guy is her beard. That's my theory. That's the love of her life, and they're still together.
You think
I
he
saw
loved her?
them with my own two eyes right here in Memphis. I spoke at a Black Mayors Conference some years ago, and it was interesting. I didn't know who she was at the time. And then I said, that's the woman out from California that's making such a mess out there, because I was out there. And a friend of mine who happens to be a Black female state judge here walked over to speak with Willie Brown. And as I was watching, somebody, a shortish woman, walked up and wanted to get all in her face about something. So I said, I think I recognize that person as being the district attorney up in San Francisco. What is this? Now, this was long after they were supposed to have broken up. And my friend, the judge, said, she told me, B, get out my man's face. That's mine. And I said, don't worry, he's not my type. You know, keep going about your business. So that was way after they were supposed to have broken up. In fact, it was after she was out with Montel, et cetera, et cetera.
Well,
that's interesting, but you know.
And so this, I don't think, should I even play this? This is her in the debate 4 years ago about the reparations. Yeah, I'll play it. It's 2 minutes.
Actions do you plan to take to administer reparations for this unpaid labor?
Right. So I'm actually supporting a bill. There's a congresswoman by the name of Sheila Jackson Lee that has written this bill out of the House, which I'm supporting, to study exactly what should be the response to your question. But to your point, and to just support your point, look, we had centuries of slavery in this country. We had decades of Jim Crow. We had legalized discrimination and segregation. And then we had de facto discrimination and segregation. And to believe or suggest that those years of treatment and abuse and violence and crimes did not have an impact is to overlook the facts of history. And for that reason, I support the legislation and what we need to do to think about specifically what it means in terms of the next steps. But I thank you for that question.
Senator, yes or no, do you support financial reparations?
I support that we study that. We should study it and see. But look, let's look at this, for example. One of the issues that is very clear is that trauma, years of trauma or even one experience with trauma, can lead to lifelong consequences. I'm supporting some work and was part of some work that started years ago looking at children who are growing up in a community where there is violence. And if you look at the associated then physical health effects that are associated with exposure to trauma, and what that can mean in terms of physical disability, not to mention what it means in terms of a child's ability to learn and be educated. There are real factors that can be associated with trauma. And when you are talking about the years and years and years of trauma that were experienced because of slavery, because of Jim Crow, and because of all that we have seen in terms of institutional and legal discrimination and racism, this is very real and it needs to be studied. And we need to look at exactly how the response should be played out and how it should be worked.
I don't need to tell you that.
When was this?
I think when she was running
2020, when she first ran against Biden.
Okay, an interesting thing. She had participated in hearings when she was in the Senate that the Black Caucus put on about whether or not to have a formal study of reparations. It was a circus that went on for 2 weeks. They finished up, and not 2 weeks later, they introduced and sponsored by every single member of the Black Caucus a gay reparations bill. That was the title of it. And it was passed on the first voice vote without debate. It was for chump change. There's $58 million. It was open-ended, but it was supposed to be reparations for homosexual couples who had been denied proper insurance coverage because of their status. So I don't know how much has been paid out in the intervening 5 years, or 6 years, but the fact of the matter is after this farcical study, the Black Caucus unanimously supported a gay reparations bill. None such has it been advanced for us. And interestingly enough, the chairman of the Black Caucus's Reparations Committee, of which she is a member, was a gentleman from Memphis representing the 9th Congressional District here. He's gay, he's white, and he's Jewish. In his landmark piece of legislation for the 17 years he's been in the U.S. House of Representatives, is a binding resolution requiring that the congressional cafeteria serve only paper straws. By the way, he's also chairman, I believe, for the Reparations Committee for the Liberty Caucus, which is also known as the LGBTQIA Congressional Caucus, of which all but approximately 5 members of the Black Caucus are members of. Interesting. So this says nothing. So what does she have to oppose the platinum plan with Ice Cube, though she badmouths it as meaningless?
Ray, do you know what's the plan for Black America for Kamala Harris?
Yeah, so I think Kamala Harris has a plan for all Americans. I never heard about the gay reparations bill, but do I think she'll even talk about Black reparations right now when she needs all these votes in swing states? Absolutely not. She'll probably completely flip. And it has to defend Kamala Harris with the Willie Brown affair. I mean, we're going to talk about that. Trump was with Stormy Daniels, and that relationship was a long time ago. She's married now. She has stepchildren. So I don't think that she secretly dated anybody, but, you know, politicians' relationships are just on Front Street nowadays with the internet and social media.
Well, let me ask you this. What about this situation? They carried it in the LA Times, the San Francisco Chronicle, and the Picayune that was up there. And what they reported was that Willie Brown got her a job with a medical panel that's generally composed of people 65, 70 years old with long experience in the medical field. She had none. There was one meeting a month for which she missed 20% of the meetings, and she got paid $72,000 a year for what was nominally listed as 15 hours a week, which was the assumptive amount of work. He got her a little bit of a boost, so she was supposed to do 20 hours a week, but that was 2 meetings a month, for which 30 some years ago, she was to be paid and got paid $122,000 a year. So she missed more than 20% of those meetings, twice a month, and that gave her the financial wherewithal to get her political career started, along with all of the introductions that Willie Brown made on her behalf. I found it very interesting that the LA Times and the San Francisco Chronicle kept great detail of these adventures. But then in 2014, when she married her Jewish husband, attorney Imhoff, who represented a lot of the communications media and Hollywood, and was a member of, let's see, what is it? Yes, the Hillcrest Country Club, which she also joined. All of that seemed to stop because it appears that members of the LA Times editorial board and also for the San Francisco Chronicle all belong to or were affiliated with the Hillcrest Country Club, which has had a lifetime history of nasty relationships with Black, Hispanic, and Asian residents of Los Angeles. I recall it from being a child and some of the horror stories that came out of that. So this Jewish connection seems to have caused her negative press to dissipate. And I wonder if that has a connection.
If she was a man, we'd be calling her a genius. If she was a man, if it was a guy, we said, oh, he only worked with the 20% of the meetings, and he was with this woman, and she got him all of this stuff and boosted his career. We would say, wow, that guy's he's a player, he's a genius. He really knows how to work the system. I don't know about the Jewish guy with a producer, but I know his wife worked in Hollywood. So I did hear something about that, but you just informed me that he was a lawyer. But I think if you can, use what you got to get in a powerful position, all power to you.
I am not from a generation where the gentleman used ladies for that purpose to get somewhere. That seems to be something that's happened in the intervening period, and it goes with, hey, man, it's about pimping. Pimp your ride, man. And I think that's part of the effeminization of the country that has occurred over the last 50 years, where Hollywood and some other entities have caused us to ideate glorified dysfunction. It's not manly for a man to depend upon a woman to do that kind of thing. He's supposed to get what he gets from his own position. And by the way, the backstory is that, of course, vocally and openly, Mr. Trump is denied having had any affair with Stormy Daniels. And for that matter, what you heard in that trial in New York with the 34 guilty counts, supposedly, for most people who practice criminal law, it looked like a farce. First off, what it looks like is Bragg threatened to prosecute Stormy Daniels for blackmailing Donald Trump. You see, if you get paid hush money and there's no crime to hush, that's known as blackmail. It's a felony. So under threat of being prosecuted for blackmailing Trump, when some of the details of the settlement were discovered, she testified for him. And interestingly enough, Trump and other entities, a corporate entity, get convicted of paying hush money without any finding beyond a reasonable doubt of any crime that was committed. That's not appropriate under New York law, and it won't stand under appeal. And it is an exemplar of somebody engaging in violation of the Bill of Rights for the specific purpose of harassment. That Bill of Rights was propounded specifically to prevent that, but some people seem to have forgotten the spirit of American law.
I wanna bring in D White, and I want to play this clip, and then I'm gonna go live to the debate. Hi, D White, how are you?
Hello there.
So you mute yourself when you're not talking, because if I mute you, you won't be able to unmute. So this is D White. D White, that's the judge. So I want to play this clip, and then I'm gonna head over to the debate. So this is the clip of Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, and it's like a homage, because they actually did 3 debates. This election cycle is only going to be this one-time debate. That's why everybody is streaming it on YouTube and everywhere else, on X and everywhere. It's just one debate. It's crazy. So let me play this clip and head over to the debate afterwards.
question about that. I also have a much better temperament than she has. You know?
He owes our country an apology, and he needs to take responsibility for his actions and his words.
But when you talk about apology, I think the one that you should really be apologizing for are the 33,000 emails that you deleted.
These cyber attacks come from the highest levels of the Kremlin.
She has no idea whether it's Russia, China, or anybody else.
I am not quoting
she has
myself.
No idea.
I am.
Yeah,
He'd rather believe Vladimir Putin.
She doesn't like Putin because Putin has outsmarted her at every step of the way. Putin, from everything I see, has no respect for this person.
Well, that's because he'd rather have a puppet as president of the United States.
No puppet.
And it's pretty clear.
You're the puppet.
It's after a year-long investigation. There is no evidence that anyone hacked the server I was using. And there is no evidence that any classified material ended up in the wrong hands.
For you to say that there was nothing wrong with you deleting 39,000 emails, again, you should be ashamed of yourself.
It's just not true. And so please
you didn't delete them?
Allow her to respond, please.
Personal emails, not official.
33,000?
Not.
Please allow her to respond. She didn't talk while you talked.
Yes, that's true. I didn't.
Because you
I
have
didn't
nothing
in
to
the
say.
first debate, and I'm going to try not to in this debate because I'd like to get to the questions. That
And get off this question.
broad-based, inclusive growth is what we need in America.
Oh, those were good times. Kamala Harris could never do that. You have to give it to Hillary Clinton. And it was another clip here.
If he was in bar, he'd have her prosecuted. Yeah, go ahead.
I was trying to find that one. I couldn't find it. But it was this.
His children. His children are incredible.
Either of you name one positive thing that you respect in one another.
Look, I respect his children. His children are incredibly able and devoted, and I think that says a lot about Donald. I don't agree with nearly anything else he says or does, but I do respect that. And I think that is something that as a mother and a grandmother is very important to me.
Well, I consider her statement about my children to be a very nice compliment. I don't know if it was meant to be a compliment, but it is a great. I'm very proud of my children, and they've done a wonderful job, and they've been wonderful, wonderful kids. So I consider that a compliment. I will say this about Hillary. She doesn't quit. She doesn't give up. I respect that. I tell it like it is. She's a fighter. I disagree with much of what she's fighting for. I do disagree with her judgment in many cases, but she does fight hard, and she doesn't quit, and she doesn't give up. And I consider that to be a very good trait.
Either.
And let me say this, you guys, when you play these clips, why you gotta play this music? Come on. It's a distraction.
You know what? I don't like I don't like questions like that, because what's going on is there are people dying in the streets in the United States of America. There are people connected with us, if not actual citizens, who are dying around the world. And it's not a time to be nice. We are essentially at war with Mother Nature, with human nature, with circumstance, and with the ambition of others around the world. It's not anything to be nice about.
So I want to bring D White in real quick. You just came in, D White. Any thoughts on what you are looking forward to tonight?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Kamala being exposed for the fraud she is. I mean, there's no teleprompter, there's no notes, so we get to see, really what she rehearsed. I'm sure they prepped her for this for the past 45 days plus, So hopefully she goes up there and exposes to the country what we're really dealing with.
And you're registered what? Republican, Democrat, Independent, or?
I'm a Republican. Yeah, I escaped the plantation last cycle.
So Gray is the only one that's still on the plantation.
Yeah, I'm trying to free him, man, but I don't know. They got a hold on him. They got a real hold on him.
All right. So, let me see from this angle. Let's see what this fat ass has to say.
And I think his performance in part reflected that. So the question's going to be, Is what he's saying publicly what he really believes? We know that often with Donald Trump, that's performance. But I will tell you that in his 2016 prep, he was serious about getting ready for Hillary Clinton. In his 2020 debate prep, he was completely unserious about getting ready for Joe Biden. I think performances in both those debates reflected that approach.
All right, Chris Christie, you'll be watching with us. Martha?
And we have about 6 minutes left before the debate. So let's bring in Donna Brazil, formerly of the DNC, and Reince Priebus, the RNC. Welcome to both of you. And Donna, let's start with you. You have said that Kamala Harris has to own the future, but she also has to own the past. So how does she do this?
It's quite easy. Because I do believe that in talking about the future, you draw from your past. You draw from your past experiences. She draws from how she was raised, the values that was instilled in her as a young lady. Look, she is steady on her feet, still in her resolve. And tonight she should talk to the American people, sit in their living rooms, go to their kitchen table and say, look, I have some ideas that I want to share with you. There's so much that we have done together over the last 4 years, but here's what I think we can do together over the next 4 years. Be positive in her approach and really remind the American people that we don't want to go back to the chaos and the confusion, the disaster that made, of course, the American people go out in droves in 2020 to fire the former president. Say, I want to be a president that lead all Americans. I want to keep us strong and secure. And here's the plan that I want to share with you tonight.
All right, so I want to go around and get everybody's last thoughts. Let me start with you, Nora.
My last thoughts are, I think that this is going to be a rigged debate. Unfortunately, I think they gave her the questions and I think she's going to fumble. And she's probably going to interject with, I'm speaking, and using the fact that she's a woman and a minority to her advantage, unfortunately, tonight.
D. White.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that somewhere within the first 35 minutes she falls apart. I don't know what he's going to say. Bring up in her past. It's going to be something in her past that he brings up, and she's going to stumble all over the question to make a fool of herself. I'm almost certain of it.
And Gray.
I think Trump has only won one debate, and that was with Joe Biden's disastrous debate. So I will be highly surprised if Trump wins this debate. I think Kamala Harris is a great debater. She has a background as a lawyer and a state attorney general. So I think she was going to do fine.
And of course, Judge.
Well, when she was in the courtroom, she hiked up her hen line rather than perfecting her argumentative and rational and logical skills. But I don't think that's going to work tonight. She's too old. She's 60 years old, or will be in, let's say, 2 or 3 weeks. And what I will be paying attention to is how will she appear across the table from Putin in Russia, Xi Jinping in China, the Rocket Man from North Korea, and that's Trump's nickname for him, or one of the Arab sheikhs over in the Middle East, and I don't think she'll cut it. The other thing is I think they need to have a scrambler so people cannot send her messages through a device that's going to look like a double mic pack, and she will have a small IFB about the size of a small hearing aid concealed by her hair so somebody can feed her signals. But I think they ought to play a scrambling signal so that doesn't happen. It's an interesting trick, and I think we're going to get a lot of word salad, but I wonder what kind of dressing is going to be on it. And I'm very curious about the media reaction because I will have looked at it, and I'm going to see what the media has to say about it and what kind of propaganda spin they're going to put on it instead of just reporting the news.
All right. Well, it's about to be under a minute.
Showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's showtime, but it's so pathetic. It's pathetic that this is going to be the only presidential debate. And this was the first time, I guess, since Kennedy. It's ridiculous.
And by the way, I saw that when I had to do a report on it for a social studies class. We got 2 days to do a report on that. And I saw that Nixon-Kennedy debate live.
Real quick. So the poll, I put, whose side are you on, Tyreek Hill or Miami-Dade PD? 63% said Tyreek, 37% said Miami PD. And that's, I think because it's historical context. So let me unmute.
With the stakes so high, the presidential debate just moments away. We have the entire news division keeping an eye on everything. We are going to be fact-checking on our live blog. It's all going to be happening right here. The debate now just 10 seconds away, and we will be back with our post-game show as soon as it's over. We are going to toss it right now to David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
By the way, I do not trust
Tonight, the high-stakes showdown here in Philadelphia between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Their first face-to-face meeting in this presidential election, their first face-to-face meeting ever.
A historic race for president upended just weeks ago. President Biden withdrawing after his last debate. Donald Trump now up against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of margins, essentially tied in the polls nationally and in the key battlegrounds, including right here in Pennsylvania, all still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC News special, the most consequential moment of this campaign. Kamala Harris.
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face, historic. The ABC News presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to startup small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic.
We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
It's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response. And you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out. when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, is doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions, very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime, a violation to their body, does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well,
to
I
your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, 2 things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea, and how unfair that would have been. Part of the reason they lost to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free, but they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer the question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question, would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so, that would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border?
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from television.
But the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying
manager.
their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him, so he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud. Just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people.
Vice President
stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy
President
with a fake
Trump.
Russia investigation
We do have a lot to
that
get.
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on longstanding work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well,
response?
first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing so important, in my opinion. So
I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead. Fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get
environment,
to.
as
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
you. You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the president of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, The president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this, you talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The president of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Right. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically. You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about it. An election is fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No
Republican,
judge looked at it.
And said
they said
no
we didn't have standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter. Because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election. that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is up.
I think we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters, because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation. And now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Real quick, I have to add. What I'm doing here. Sorry. What did you guys think so far?
I said I was going to be looking at the media. They're not being very neutral. There are some things
No.
that are obvious lies being told by Kamala Harris. They aren't fact checking her, but they are Trump. Also, she has failed to answer most of the questions and has launched into other things. She has neither accepted, admitted, denied, or claimed. So I find it interesting.
I think she baited him too, because that one question, she got him on the rallies, and I wish he would have stayed focused. But other than that, it's so rigged tonight. It's so unfair. I think ABC is not being neutral at all. I mean, this is just terrible.
Real quick, I want to say hi, Dr. Austin. He came in during the debate.
How are you?
Good. And it's your first time coming up here. You are familiar with Judge Joe Brown, and this is D. White, Gray, and Nora. They are the new party. That's the name of their podcast. So when the debate is over, we'll hear more from you. But I just wanted to introduce you to everybody and everybody that's watching. I don't know how much media. So anybody? Okay, so let me just go to you, Dr. Austin.
My popcorn.
So far?
Well, from what I have observed, she's not answering any of the questions. Trump gets he's gotten a little bit rattled with the January 6th incident, but what we're seeing here is the same political game that we've been seeing from Kamala Harris the whole time, avoiding the question, not being direct, and that's just it's the same playbook. And to quote her words, right back at her.
Yeah. And let me say this, everybody. I need everybody to hit that like button. I want to get to 2,000 likes. So we made it to 1,000, but I want to get to 2,000. Real quick, D. White and Gray, your thoughts?
Yeah, I actually think Kamala's doing very well, believe it or not. She is dodging. She's dodging like one of the Matrix characters. You know, every time he shoots something at her, she stiff arms it, gets out the way. She, like the judge said, she's not denying, she's not agreeing. You know, she Jedi mind tricked her way right through it. And for the regular voter who's watching this today, as of right now, she might be appearing to win, in my opinion.
I'm loving watching this. Kamala Harris is destroying former President Donald Trump. He's flustered. He just keeps running back to immigration and border conspiracy theories on why he lost. I love that she said he got a $400 million from his father. And then he said, a fraction of that, $1 million, yeah, a fraction. So he's getting destroyed. I just think it's going to continue to be, in his words, a bloodbath for him tonight on the debate.
Oh, Gray, honey. And I bet you like when she said 80 million people fired you. You like that, didn't you?
I loved it. I was laughing. I don't know if you saw it. I loved it.
Actually, I got interested in the lack of fact checking on Kamala. She kept coming back to Project 25. How many times does he have to say, I am ready, it's not me, not going there? And she keeps accusing. She keeps making accusations on things that have been proven false. Worse, more so than Trump. And then this thing about stand by and stand, what he said, if you know anything about the military, it was stand down and stand by, which is what a commander will say to some troops who really messed up. Stand down means you stop right now. Stand by for the hell you're about to catch. But see, that's misquoted. He missed an opportunity there. He missed several opportunities to come back because I think he's been told, and I think somebody misguided him and told him to do something other than being Trump. I think he should. We have 2 more commercials to go, so I think we'll see something different. This sounds, by the way, much like that so-called debate I was in the other night.
Here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here.
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I wanted to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not, again, appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words. So I'm
I
asking.
don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young Black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first Black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your third time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park Five, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She
please.
has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
President
because
Trump,
the
President
former
Trump.
president has
No,
said
I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry.
I
We're
just
gonna
need to
move on,
respond
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this
multiple
is
times.
now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice President Harris,
in terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of...
She made a mistake. At number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving.
What the heck?
By China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
All right. Can you guys unmute, or do I have to do it?
I unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I should be unmuted.
All right, so what do y'all think? I think she's not answering the question. She didn't answer the question about her being black. She didn't answer that last question.
She doesn't. The question of her blackness is not one that she's going to ever answer directly, because that would make her have to pick a side, and she wants to be the president of everybody, and she doesn't want to. She doesn't want to just say it. She drifts in and out of being black when it's politically convenient and expedient. This is a trick she's been doing since, when was that, Judge? When was she in college? When was it?
But she hasn't answered. She hasn't answered any of the questions directly.
She's answered nothing of substance because she doesn't have any substance. You can't answer a question that requires substance when you're lacking in the subject area. She's not an expert on anything. She has no grounds to stand on, and that's why she can't answer anything directly. This is like political debate 101. Use the question and answer period. Take the question, make it a statement, then say whatever the hell it is you want for 15 or 20 minutes or however long they give you to respond. We are watching this in real time.
D. White, Gray, Noor, what do y'all think?
Yeah. Unfortunately, this is not going as I hoped for Donald Trump, because she isn't answering any questions. And like I said, to the regular bystander, the person who watches the TV at a glance or watches politics in passing, it looks like she's winning because like your friend just stated, they ask her a question, she makes a quick statement and then talks about whatever she chooses to talk about, and Trump isn't handling that too well. What about you, Nora? What do you think?
I'm absolutely agreeing with Dee. The average voter is going to think she's winning this debate. I'm actually like almost on the verge of tears because I'm very concerned. I think the average person is going to think she won this debate tonight, unfortunately.
You want a tissue?
I
First
an
off,
interesting reaction.
she's talking. She answers at surface level, and then she looks at the camera and she talks to you, the voter. And she's doing that very strategically, and she probably has notes in front of her of what she wants the voter to actually hear. And I think it's a award-winning strategy, and Trump isn't handling it well. And like they said, the average voter is going to like that because she's talking directly to them.
I noticed she's doing what Hillary Clinton did. She's grinning an awful lot, and I don't see what's funny. Next thing, she's told a number of lies, but I can point out the most obvious. She just said insulin is capped at $38 a month. I'm 77 years old, a senior, and I take it, and it's a damn lie. That's not the cap. She said for seniors, the medical expenses for prescription drugs is capped at $2,000 a year. I've already paid out close to $8,000, and the year isn't over. That's a damn lie. So they're not fact-checking her. And as a matter of fact, Obamacare, nobody fact-checked that one. Senate Majority Leader Dr. William Bill Frist from Nashville in Tennessee, who was Senate Majority Leader, drafted that damn thing in 2003, couldn't get it passed. Obama's trust fund from Indonesia invested in Blue Cross and his family. Frist family founded Blue Cross and Blue Shield. And then when Obama's trust fund invested in it, Obama backed it in 2010. It got passed, and Bill Frist resigned from the Senate because his family was now set up to be multiple billionaires for the next few generations. I could go on, and I get the distinct impression that what has happened is somebody told him to be nice. He should not have been nice. It's frustrating, because I've detected lie after lie, mistruth after mistruth, failure to respond, not answer the question, and the moderators are not holding our feet to the fire, and they've taken a partisan side, which is quite obvious, but I don't know if it would be to disengaged potential voter.
That's exactly what they're banking on. They're banking on that's what the Democratic Party is banking on. They're banking on the political ignorance of most of the people that are going to be watching this. Most of the people that watch presidential debates like this are only listening for the sound bites. They're not listening for the substance. That's the point. And that's,
I agree with you.
Yeah, most of these people that are going to be, most of the millions of Americans that are sitting at their houses right now watching this thing take place, listening for sound bites, not substance. And if it was a sound bite fight, she's winning.
The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
Yeah, so y'all can unmute.
Okay, let's have at it. What is it?
I think I won tonight. Thank you guys for coming.
Why you think you think your person won?
Yeah. Thank you for putting me at the top. Kamala, great job. Us as a Democrats, I want to thank you for stepping in when Joe Biden started having issues. And I was actually on the debate with D. White and Nora, and I felt crushed. And I had to talk to them and defend the Democrats. It was extremely difficult. So this is a time where I can actually smile and say, yeah, my party looked good tonight.
As much as I hate that he's right, I don't say that with pride or a great feeling, but unfortunately, Gray is correct. Tonight, Kamala came out. She did a lot better. I mean, she had 45 days to not talk to anybody to prepare for it, and she did prepare very well. She handled herself accordingly. I still got the Trump hat on. I'm still a Trump supporter. I do believe Trump is the better for the country. overall. But unfortunately, he didn't showcase himself that well in the debate. Like the judge said, I think someone told him to play nice, and I don't think it's going to work in our favor.
Next.
Nora.
I think the fact that she couldn't even answer her race tonight. Wake up, America. She can't even tell the truth about her race. I'm biracial, and it's not hard to say that I'm proud to be Black. I'm Jamaican and Moroccan. If you ask me my race, I would stand and I would be able to answer both. I don't understand why she can't even answer that. So we should not have a liar in the White House. I think fundamentally her core is she's a immoral person. And if she wins, I'm really concerned about where we're going to go as a country. So unfortunately, I think the average voter is going to be dissuaded and they're going to buy her word salad. I mean, this was the worst debate I've ever seen. It was the most biased. It was worse than CNN. And I think it's really a disservice to America if there's not another debate.
Who's next?
I want to go real quick. Yeah, she knew how to speak to the average voter. She knows how to do that. And that's why they're going to vote for her. All right, let me have your turn.
Personally speaking, I think Trump won. I think he did his absolute best? No, but he won. He won simply because he could answer the question. When Kamala Harris is asked about her race, the thing about it is we are an emotional people. As a country, we're emotional, but especially Black people, we're particularly emotional. And as long as you appeal to our emotions, you don't have to have any evidence backing much of whatever you're saying. As long as you can tickle the feelings in the heart of the American Negro, you're good to go. And that is exactly what she tried to do. She tried to treat everybody as if we have that 6th grade level education, because the average American high school graduates, the average American high school graduates reading and with an intellect of a 6th grader. She appealed to that. Donald Trump said he had a plan. He listed some of the things that he wanted, and Kamala Harris took every question that she was asked and used it as an opportunity to divert from the question and instead give commentary. That's it.
I tend to agree with you. I'm listening to this as a judge might listen to presentation in his courtroom.
Yes.
And I've heard a lot of what she has done over the last 50 years. It's typical of a certain type of female prosecutor. And what they're doing is they're giving labels, but what they have not done is actually deal with the evidence that is necessary, or the facts that are necessary, or the points that are necessary to establish the case. They talk all over the place, but they don't hit the core elements. People might not recognize it, but when you listen to Trump, and I listen to it in terms of making a case, he hit the necessary elements. He hit them hard. He was perhaps too repetitive of some of them, but he was going there. She never went there. She went around with the frou-frou and never got to the core. He also missed an opportunity to jump her very badly, because when she was acting as the emissary for the United States, they actually had to withdraw her from the role because she was garnering a reputation for delivering what the Europeans styled as word salad. In other words, a whole bunch of stuff chopped up in a bowl and tossed around and said absolutely nothing. I think that was a missed opportunity to attack that, and it would have been very telling. And there were a few other things like that that could have been jumped very badly. He let her go with a lie about January 6th because there was only one person killed, and that was a white female off-duty police officer who was with the demonstrators. She was the only one that was gunned down by a trigger-happy Capitol cop. And as a matter of fact, she said the armed mob, and there was not a single gun confiscated or seen or detected. So that was a lie. They missed that point. I took some notes on this. She never stated a plan. She just stated objectives, but she never stated a plan. It disturbed me that over and over again, we did not get fact checking from the moderators when it came to Harris. Another point that I found very interesting when she tried to bring up instigation of race-based
the discrimination, the discrimination
Yeah.
piece about Trump
Her
denying the
own
houses.
father wrote several articles disavowing her for instigating race into the process. The rents on property, Dana, you and I know that's an absolute lie, because on the X space we had most recently, last week, we had somebody in there who testified that his black father rented from Trump. So we had eyewitnesses that he rented to black folk. The thing that should have been hit on was this Central Park 5. The prosecutor was like her, a feminist. The prosecutor was like her, an unprincipled Democrat. And Trump didn't really hit hard on something he did bring up, which was the Central Park 5 confessed. As a matter of fact, they confessed because the father of one of them brought the boy down and said, my son wants to confess to this crime. So you get a pretty horrible crime, very horrible one. You have people who confessed, entered pleas of guilty, and what do you expect somebody to do? Now, she's the prosecutor, and I assure you that she has made a lot worse accusations against somebody that had much less basis for the making than anything Donald Trump has done. And I thought he missed a big opportunity when he did not bring out the $13.1 million settlement that San Francisco had to pay out to a young black man that she intentionally withheld exculpating evidence on for almost 8 years that he spent in a penitentiary, until the California Supreme Court ordered her on pain of contempt to release the exculpating evidence, which resulted in his acquittal. He could have come back on that. That should have been known. Now, let's see what else. Oh, the fact that Obamacare was brought up, I mentioned that too, about Senate Majority Leader for the Republican Party. There were a number of other things in here that I think aren't going to do any good. We talked to Chicago Red just the other night, and I don't think Kamala Harris did anything to redeem her position on the illegal immigrants. She's been in charge. She was the border czar. That was an opportunity to put her administrative ability, her executive ability to the test, and she failed miserably. We've got all of these illegals in the country.
She never mentioned anything about the border.
Never. And
or immigration or the illegals. She didn't talk about it. So,
and the other thing was the moderators did not fact check her on her remarks about Wharton, the Wharton firm. And Trump did talk about, he went with them, talked to them, and they liked his program. So she told an outright lie, because they did make a press release about that. And the moderators declined to hold her to account when she said she checked with Goldman Sachs and the Wharton School, and they thought that Trump's plan was absolutely ridiculous. Well, the truth of the matter is the Wharton School issued a report saying they thought the plan was a good one. So he mentioned that, but the moderators didn't put her in check by doing what they did, just interjecting without prompting when they disagreed with him. Let's see what else.
Let me go to these super chats real quick.
Yeah.
Diamond Dave, Trump said he saw it on TV. Is this guy 10 years old? Yeah. He could have gave a better answer. He was being too nice. And it's like, you got one debate, one shot. You should have just took her out. And I'm thinking that this whole election is already rigged. Maybe he is going to win, but she wants to save face, and they're saying make it look like it could, it could be close. Maybe that's how they're setting it up. But this is one debate, which is crazy. Thank you, H and Gardens. What is this BS about average voters going for Kamala when people are hurting financially under the current administration? That's a good question. Anybody want to take that?
That was probably addressed to me. What I mean by that is that she's pandering to the stuff she's saying, her inability to answer questions, but her ability to engage in the use of excellent word salad is going to appeal to average voters. Average voters are those that, by that I mean those that are not really as politically, I don't want to say politically competent, but as politically inclined, that take as in-depth an interest in politics as, for example, the people that are on this very panel. Those type of voters, not necessarily low information voters, but those are voters that she can appeal to with word salad, because most people are not going to take the time to research what she's saying. Most people are going to take what she's saying at face value. The average American is suffering under this administration and has been, but what I'm speaking to is the intellect, the average political intellect of the kinds of Americans she's attempting to appeal to. She's banking on most people's political awareness being at an average or below average level, not their intellect, but just their political awareness.
May I make a remark here? I think that all of what you say is in fact accurate in one sense. However, I think it's going to backfire, because the problem is that it only appeals to, say, the youthful voter who does not really turn out in mass. It's been about 2.4% of them come out since they changed it so that people 18 and above can vote, switching from 21. That occurred in the late 60s as a response to the Vietnam War and people getting drafted. I think that what's going to happen is when people recollect on what they paid the last time they went to the grocery store, dealt with a gas pump, saw their utility bill or other things, or tried to go to a restaurant and seen the prices go up, went to buy something like a pair of socks, some underwear, or clothes or shoes, and seen how drastically the prices have gone up. That kind of voter who has ordinary bills with ordinary income is going to take what she said in a very negative fashion, if they are in a position to having had to have managed the household economy.
That's
or
it.
pay
That's
for
if
the
they're not.
apartment.
That's someone that actually look at policies, and that's not the average voter.
No,
For
I'm
me,
talking about somebody that's had to actually pay their bills.
yeah, but that's the average voter, and I'm sorry,
Yeah,
they're
I'm
too
saying
emotional to
average
vote.
voter who pays bills, not
I know,
average
and
voter.
a lot of them are
Who
like Gray,
pay-
want to vote for Kamala. Let me read this. Prometheus Forever says Trump missed a chance to rebut the 800,000. What was the 800,000? I missed that one.
The job report that say that they came up with 800,000 more jobs. They end up being missing from the actual report once they did the numbers.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's
Jared,
what I'm talking about.
Jaron Gordon, notice they both don't have a plan, but at least Trump was honest. Yeah, that was about the Obamacare and the healthcare. Obamacare, a lot of people don't like it. They thought it would be a good idea, but a lot of people do not like it. Jaron, again, I wish he'd talk about her history locking up Black people. That's what he should have did. And that's why he was probably being too nice. Why didn't you say you locked up more Black men than I ever could? And he should have said you locked up Black men to whereas I was releasing them.
Yeah.
Their families. Something like
You're
that.
right, Dana. That was an obvious miss.
Yeah.
That was
Right.
an obvious miss.
Kamala, are you Black or
He
not?
should have gave more facts. Like he should have gave more numbers. That's where I think he messed up tonight. And like I hear what everyone's saying, but the average voter, this is their one night to tune into this stuff. And unfortunately, I feel like a lot of people suffer from Trump derangement syndrome still, and they're just going with emotions, like Dr. Julio said.
Yeah.
The interesting part about this, if I may, very briefly, is that's all that is happening. That to your point, Nora, that's all that most Americans are going to be concerned with this. Most Americans are not the only election that a large percentage of the voting populace engages in voting in is the national election, which speaks to the average political intellect that's possessed by most people. They think that everything is handled and starts and ends at the White House, not realizing that there is more to the story than that in American politics. But this is the night that whatever is said tonight is going to determine their entire political viewpoint for the next 4 years. That is the kind of political indifference and political ignorance that Kamala Harris is using and is banking on to win the votes of the majority of the Americans that are going to try to find themselves to the polls.
Yeah.
It's what? It may backfire.
Real quick. I want to go through these super chats. This guy says, Kamala, are you black or not? She never answered that. She never got into details about her background, and she should have. Jaron again, so she agreed with leaving soldiers over there. She never went into details about that. Southern Diplomat, ABC is setting picks for Kaswala G. Mars. Yeah, it was very biased. Golden Renaissance, we still voting out here and not declaring truth with self-accountability out here. That is true. Also, why didn't they do a follow-up on Trump's claims on her stance on abortion? Trump should use MS Peoples' story against Harris. Who is MS? Oh, Miss Peoples. Yes, as I'm saying, he should have talked about her as Attorney General and her as VP, as a senator and VP. He should have just talked about her track record. When did she do all this talking? She's been missing all her VP. When she's been missing all her VP. FBI Antifa involved riots at the Capitol. The security escorted some MAGA members in. Antifa and FBI dressed as MAGA and caused riots. I believe that. Mrs. Harris was fired and baked with the last roast on the border from President Trump. She never even talked about the border. All the Republicans endorsing her are corrupt. Exactly. Her name is Kamala Emhoff, not Harris. True. Get Kamala MAGA hat. She looking at him with admiration. And Walter was the first person. And Kim Adams, I think he was playing nice as well, Dana, most likely because he didn't want the sisterhood to come with the attacks of him for slam dunking the fake black woman. Well, absolutely. I agree with that. But one debate, if you would have had another one, okay, you could be nice this time. You got one shot. This is politics. This is a big election year. You go for the jugular. No hold bars.
Let me say something. I used to do this as a criminal defense lawyer when I ran into a prosecutor like her. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we had a home invasion. Somebody's come into our home or this victim's home and trashed it. And the prosecution had to prove who did it or explain it. They never did this, and she didn't. She never explained or gave an explanation or rationalization how under her watch, as borders are, we have all of these illegals in here that are doing what they do. Trump brought it up. They're eating people's pets, which they seem to be. And her thing is that's absolutely preposterous. And the people chimed in and said, no, they're not. And that elicited the remark. I heard it on TV. And what he's talking about, that if anybody out there, and people keep up with social media, there's a lot of individuals were complaining on various news stations in various cities about they ate up, they cut the heads off of the ducks who came up thinking they were going to get fed. One woman got caught eating a cat, and they've been eating my pets. So, yeah, that's unanswered. What about this thing about the inflationary price? You were the one in charge, so what's your explanation? See, she sounded good, but there's an opposite side to this. She sounded too good because it's like a con artist trying to talk their way out of accountability for something they did wrong. Why did we have this? You were in charge. Why did we have that? You were in charge.
She sounds
Explain
like
yourself.
she was doing "We Are the World" sound bites. And real
Yeah.
quick, Cheryl says, "Good night, haters. Kamala was brilliant. Poor Trump. You all wanted him to do his best. Unfortunately, he just don't have the mental capacity. We smart people. We need smart people to lead this country. Period. JB done."
He sounded like a fucking idiot to me. Idiot to me.
Who?
Knowing it, frankly, it
Who
was
sounded like an idiot?
an
That
intelligence.
was a woman.
I know, but I'm talking about Kamala Harris. Sounds like a con artist, insulting to a person of intelligence, because she presumed that we bought into some stuff that a lot of us know is not true. And the other thing is, there is this underlying thing of, did we get a fair debate, or is this whole process is being rigged from how she gets from never having won a primary of any sort anywhere over the intervening 4-5 years to becoming front runner for the presidency. And then you see what we have here, an effort by mainstream media to help her out. They didn't fact check her. They didn't get on her. They didn't make any corrections of her. They dealt with her with kid gloves, and somebody's saying, hey, this looks like somebody is trying to run a game on us. And we have these stupid people who think this is slick out there. You know, they think she won, but, you know, why did she act like a con man? Why did she act like my in-law who's trying to explain where all this stuff disappeared to? We don't have an explanation.
I want to get some more people in this conversation. Go ahead, guys.
Judge, I loved your show, but I gotta disagree with you. And you talked about a criminal attorney. She proved this beyond a reasonable doubt that she's the person.
Oh, no.
She proved beyond a reasonable doubt that she's the person to lead this. And I think the reason a lot of voters
Are you being serious?
Yes, the reason a lot of voters don't fall for the Republican stuff, because prime example, immigrants are eating pets. Since I've been a kid, I've heard that the Chinese people at a Chinese restaurant are selling cats, cooking cats, everything like that. This type of rhetoric is what people don't like. People want to hear what they're actually going to get on the table from the administration. And that's why Trump is struggling. And I can agree with you that she was like kind of not answering the questions, but she took this time and this opportunity to speak directly to the voter. And I believe that the Democrats are leading us in the right direction, and Trump was destroyed tonight.
Look
So,
here. One little thing quickly. I've been looking at on X all day long and yesterday video clips of the police being called by various people in various states, various cities, about these immigrants killing animals. There was even one that was very telling. They're questioning the woman about, you ate the cat? Why did you eat the cat? You know, and she's giving some blurred excuse for eating the cat. And then they had video clips of these people catching the ducks and the ducks trying to get away and them grabbing them and cutting the duck's head off so the duck wouldn't struggle. We're looking at it. That's what he was talking about on television. It's been on X all day long. X yesterday. So that's what he's talking about that. How can you deny what you're looking at?
And even in addition to that, very briefly, August 22nd, 2024, there was an Ohio woman that was accused of killing a cat and eating it in front of people. She happened to be an immigrant. So she was 27 years old. She was charged on that Wednesday with cruelty to companion animals, according to Stark County court records. So Trump saying that this is happening is not political bull. He's telling the truth. There's evidence of this. This would be one thing if he's just pulling this out of his ass, but he's literally telling you in real time, no, this is happening. There's evidence proving this is happening. And Kamala Harris doesn't want to address that because she is full of that shit and took that Kool-Aid. So come on. I mean, the facts are what they are.
Here's the thing. I can see somebody bite a bat head off in the middle of 44th Street in Manhattan. That doesn't going to make me say, oh, yeah, I'm going to vote for Republicans because they eat pets. I live in Florida. There's a lot of Haitians. I haven't necessarily seen any Haitians eat a pet.
Is that
But
American though?
Huh?
Is that American? Like I understand overseas they may do. Is it an American thing that we eat domesticated animals? Do we do that in this country?
No, but even if I watch somebody eat a dog with the whole family at the table, I'm worried about what's at the gas pump. I'm worried about what's in my bank account. I'm worried about the crime in my neighborhood. I'm not worried about what people are eating for dinner.
So you're okay with people doing things that are bringing their culture essentially, or their what they deem to be right into this country, and you're okay with that. Things that are completely antithetical, have never been done before in American history. Americans as a whole are not running around ingesting cats and dogs and farm animals. So you're fine with the immigrants, illegal immigrants, by the way, that are doing this, because the woman was also an illegal immigrant. You're fine with them coming in and eating cats.
We was fine with it when it was on Fear Factor. When Joe Rogan had people.
We never ate cats on Fear Factor. The most that would be done is cockroaches. The most. And by the way, those people were paid $50,000 for that if they won, by the way.
Well, my thing is
and Fear Factor is not real life. That's fiction. Let's talk about real everyday life, not fictitious television BS.
I love Asian food. I love Jamaican food.
Would you eat a cat?
Never. I would never eat a cat.
Okay, then.
But I know people who eat exotic animals. Like
that's not a domestic animal is not exotic, is it?
Somebody.
Okay, fellas.
Somebody's pet.
All right, listen. Kamala came out tonight. She did okay, right? That does not change the fact that I'm spending more at the grocery store, that the average American is spending more at the gas pump, that our country's being overrun with illegals, that fentanyl deaths are at an all-time high. None of that changed. None of that changed because Trump didn't destroy her tonight. All right. So I do not think that just because this happened that she's going to win some landslide victory. She's had 40 days plus of shining coverage from the mainstream media, and it's still only within the margin of error for either person in the race right now. So let's take a step back from this, and I don't think is really as big as we're making it right now, because the people most people who watch the debate have already chosen a side, and I don't think that debate was good enough for either party to make a landslide in either way. So I think we'll be okay. I think the average American is smart enough to know that they were better off under Trump, and that debate did not change much of that. What about you, Noah? What do you think about that?
Well, I said on the front end, the main thing to look at is the press reaction and what the press did during this debate, if you call it that. I agree with you in terms of how it might be slanted reasonably by a reasonable person. But the problem is it looks like, one, you didn't have a fair debate because you didn't get a fair and equitable treatment of everybody involved in the thing. And two, like you said, and like I was saying a little earlier, the average voter still has to go to the grocery store. The average voter still goes to Mickey D's or Carrabba's or Ruth Chris on the upper end, and they know the prices are drastically inflated, and you still have to put gas in your car unless you're 18 years old and your parents are driving you around. So somewhere in there's going to be an obvious disconnect between something fancy, word salad that God said, even if it's an upscale dressing on the stuff, and what actually transpires on a day-to-day basis. And people like me who are on Medicare and we're senior citizens, and we know what she said was an outright lie because that's not what we pay for this stuff.
Well, I hope you're right, Judge, but the media is saying they think Kamala proved her case, unfortunately. I'm getting notifications on my phone. But, I mean, if not for nothing, Taylor Swift just announced she's endorsing her, so maybe it didn't go as good, and now they're trying to have celebrities.
Oh, my God.
But this is the same. This is the same.
Sorry, Judge, what did you say?
Who's Taylor Swift?
Taylor Swift, the singer. It's not going to change my vote,
Well,
but this will sway the young girls.
What the hell does she know about politics and economics?
Nothing. I mean, she affected the NFL last year and gave them views. So I don't know. For me, it doesn't change anything. I'm still Trump. But what I'm saying is, I say all that to say, I don't know what this means now that they're announcing that she's endorsing her.
Well, what this is you have to look at it from this perspective as well. This is the same American media that said Trump was losing all the way through the exit polls of 2016 when he ran against Hillary Clinton, and then when the real polls showed up, he did what he had to do. And so this is one of two elections in my lifetime where I would say don't trust what the media is telling you, because the fact of the matter is that there's going to be a silent red wave that's going to come and sweep the country. Donald Trump is either in the lead by 1 or 2 percentage points or tied in some of the key states that he needs to win, such as Arizona, such as Michigan, such as Florida, such as what is now trying to turn into a swing state, Georgia. I never thought I would live my life as a Georgia resident and see us ever go blue, but it happened in 2016 or 2020. But this is going to be one of those instances where Trump's he's going to pull out another surprise. Kamala Harris is not qualified to be the president. Trump has more qualifications than the lady he's running against, simply because of the fact that he actually did the damn job for 4 years. And she sat in office and pulled the same crap Nancy Pelosi did when we said we have to pass the Obamacare bill to find out what's in it. Lady, you're right there next to the process. Kamala Harris has been the vice president for 3.5 years. And you got to wait till we get in office in order for me to fix the problems that we caused while we were in office. And what I hope is that most Americans will see this and they'll be like, the price of my groceries are still going up. Prices
Texas and Florida turn blue this election. You heard it here first.
It's not going to happen.
You heard it here first. We're within 2 points. Rick Scott's going to lose. Ted Cruz is going to lose. And you're going to see Texas turn blue. You're going to see the Republican Party crushed in this election. It's going to be the 1980 election.
What we're going to see is the same thing we saw in the debate. We saw Trump win the debate. We're going to see him win the election. That's what's going to happen. It's going to be beautiful. He's going to come in on day one. I guarantee the stock market probably jump up another 150 points just by him just the second that he swears in.
Oh, yeah. Nobody talked about the stock market, by the way.
Exactly. I noticed that too.
Nobody talked about the interest rates.
Nobody talked about inflation either, Judge.
Gold plummeted today. Gold went down, then it went back up. So gold never plummets. So
gold doesn't plummet, no.
But it did today. It went back up. But
typically, people will use the price of gold as a way to measure the health of the economy. You're right. Gold did plummet for a bit, and then again it came back up. If Kamala Harris wins, then we're going to see the price of gold go through the roof.
Well, yeah.
You know what I think? I think it doesn't matter who's president. We're going to be in a recession. It's just a matter of who is that person most likely to get us out of it. Donald Trump is that person, not her. Well, we're going to a Great Depression under her during this recession.
You're right. Who's going to get us out of it? No matter how well they sign, who's got it going on up here in their head? She has no background in economics or political science, nor foreign negotiation, and she failed miserably when she was put in the position to handle it. We didn't really get into that. But here's the other thing. Who's going to sit there and put this thing straight, irrespective of what you're saying about it? What is the solution? We didn't get any from this woman. It sounds nice, but where are the nuts and bolts here? How do you put this back together?
Well, Judge, you know as well as I do, they can't give you something they don't have.
That's it. That's the problem.
I mean, and the interesting part of this, right, is she banked on, or is banking on, people just wanting to see a different face on the same animal. That's all she's banking on. She has if we honestly observe and analyze what took place here this evening for the past 2 hours, we saw a woman who has direct access to every sort of statistical database, direct access to every bit, to the best possible information that you could get. And yet she couldn't, while having direct access as basically the de facto president of this country, she did nothing of substance to say, you know what, here's the plan, here's what the data currently shows, here's how we can fix it. You have direct access to every bit of information you need.
Dr. Julio, I have to interrupt you. She said she was going to give parents who have their first child $6,000.
She stole that from
going to give
James Adams.
first-time home buyers $25,000.
She stole that from
She
Trump.
was going to give small business owners $50,000 tax cuts. You're incorrect, sir.
Everything you saying she said, she released. You do realize this is the same woman that released her economic plan the day before the debate, and the majority of it on her website, which you just quoted from, by the way, she's took it from Trump. The $6,000 tax credit, by the way, she took. By the way, here's the kicker. This is the
1 second, Dr. Austin. She has a policy on her website. She has
she just uploaded it. Yeah, 24 hours ago, right before the debate. She had no plan. And here's the thing: the tax incentive thing for children. Guess where she got that from? JD Vance. JD Vance, prior to this debate, said we're gonna make it affordable. We want to promote marriage. We want to promote children. He offered tax credit and direct government payments to people that were married and were having children as a way to stimulate the economy and stimulate nuclear family growth. What
it was
this
a smart
lady said she's
idea.
going to do.
DeSantis didn't he have that plan too? He did something like that as well.
Ron DeSantis had it. So she took what Republicans said and tried to put a Democratic spin on it. You can't give a Republican speech from a Democratic platform and call it.
Wait, let me read the super chat. Let me read the super chat.
Let me say this before you get.
One second. I'm MPA. I don't see one Harris sign. All I see is Trump. I'm in the city of PGH. Every white and black person say Trump. If she wins, we are done. And Julia, thank you. Gray said he's worried about inflation, crime, etc. But who do you think caused these issues? I'm confused. Why you want solutions from the person who created this mess? Exactly.
Can I respond to that, Dana? Can I respond?
May I put something in here? Economics. She posted this 24 hours ago where she co-opted some stuff that Vance and DeSantis have come up with, but she didn't put all of it in there because what she puts in has some very serious flaws. The 6,000 plus the 25,000 collectively are going to drive the prices of the property up. That is some properties up that would be the targets for first-time homeowners, which means the $25,000 is not going to do much help considering the inflated prices that are going to occur. What's actually going to happen as a matter of economics is the proposal she has just given us, the way she put it on her site, without the necessary adapters in it, is going to actually make the problem worse, not better. It's like he didn't get on this thing with the bit about the financial effort they were going to put into excusing student loans. It really didn't help the students because it does not change the fact that they're, for a college educated group, underperforming in the salary arena. It does not change the fact that it was a great sop for the lending institutions who got all of their interest without having to wait for it to compound, all of their principal at the same time as a payoff, because you cannot deprive any entity of life, liberty, or property as part of due process. So the banks and lending institutions would have to be paid off. They wouldn't have to sustain a collection bureau or collection activities like they would have had. They're making a killing, and nobody talked about that. But some people know these.
Let's look at her. Let's look at her issues. That's what, because you go to her website, it has meet Kamala, meet Tim, issues, take action, store. So she added issues. So she has here building opportunity, economy, and lower costs for families. The hell? Cut taxes for middle-class families, make rent more affordable and home ownership more attainable, grow small businesses and invest in entrepreneurs, take on bad actors and bring costs down, strengthen and bring down costs of healthcare, protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare, support American innovation and workers, provide a pathway to the middle class through quality and affordable education, invest in affordable child care, lower energy costs, and tackle climate crisis. What? Safeguard our fundamental freedoms. And then she put Trump's Project 2025 agenda. Safeguard our fundamental freedoms, restore and protect reproductive freedoms, protect civil rights freedoms. And here she go with Trump Project 2025 agenda. Ensure safety and justice for all. Keep America safe, secure, and prosperous.
why are they telling that lie so many times? And they put it in red several times on this manifesto. Why do they keep saying this lie?
They do that because as Adolf Hitler said one time, if you tell a lie often enough and loud enough, it begins to be believable by those who don't
That's
think.
it. We talked about that.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. So, and they put it in red. That's a pseudo biblical reference. Why they try to do that, by the way, because they want you to take it as the gospel. And when you read the Bible, the words of Christ are in red. So they try to make a political and biblical allusion by doing that because they want to draw your attention in. This is important. And Trump has said on a plethora of occasions. And well, Judge, you knew I was going to catch that. I don't play about my Lord and Savior. So Trump has said on a multiplicity of times, I'm not affiliated. The director of Project 2025 came out on the news and said Trump is not affiliated with us at all. I have even stepped down myself. He's not affiliated with anybody. They have to tell you a lie. They have to sensationalize simple truths.
Because they know people believe lies. It's easy for them to believe. Let me highlight this real quick.
But the point in this very quickly. They are the ones that are adopting the methods of the Nazis. And Waltz has said quite a few times that free speech needs to be restricted to end so much misinformation, which is dangerous. She said several times that she intends to set up a misinformation bureau.
Task force, yes.
The Nazis in 1934 said exactly the same thing.
Well, let me read this. She has here, protect civil rights and freedoms. Vice President and Governor Walz believe many fundamental freedoms are at stake. They will fight to ensure Americans have the opportunity to participate in democracy by passing the John Lewis Voting Acts and the Freedom to Vote Acts, laws that will enshrine Voting Act protections, expand vote by mail and early voting, and more. Her administration will also continue to protect Americans from discrimination, building on her work to secure $2 billion in funding for offices of civil rights across the federal government. And as president, she'll also defend the freedom to love who you love openly with pride. In 2004, she officiated some of the nation's first same-sex marriages, and as Attorney General, she refused to defend California anti-marriage equality statewide referendum. As president, she'll fight to pass the Equality Act to enshrine anti-discrimination protections for LGBTQAI plus Americans in healthcare, housing, education, and more into law. What do you see about blacks?
I was just about to say that. That's why I had my hand raised, because let me tell you something. She's willing to do all of this. It's real interesting that in order to be qualified for protection under Kamala Harris's administration, you can't just be black. You have to be black with an additional designation. You have to be a subsidiary of black. You can't just be black. You can't be a black heterosexual American that likes women and wants to get married. You have to be black with an additional delineation. You have to fall under one of what I call the alphabet soup. If you fall in the alphabet soup community, oh, well, fantastic. Now Kamala Harris sees you. She understands who you are because your blackness now has an additional label that's added onto it.
Anybody else? Wait, I want to hear.
Nobody. See this. They're not supposed to know what the subjects are. Trump touched on some of these things, but did you notice that the moderators who kept getting control of the process back never touched on inflation? They never touched on this. They never touched on this gay thing that is sweeping the nation. They never touched on the issue of boys and girls bathrooms.
Yes. Good point, Judge. They didn't talk about the LGBTQ because that is something that the average American is not with. And they don't want you to know that. They didn't touch on that because that's where he would have won, on the bathroom and also on the transgender agenda.
We have to understand something. Less than 12% of the U.S. population identifies as LGBTQIA. Less than 12%. And I'm sorry, but when in the hell in this country have we ever let outliers determine what happens with an entire data series? It's very interesting to me that when we actually observe American politics, the people that are in power, the people that have the majority of the say, come from the mindset and the thought process of the legitimate minority. Very few people are a part of a community that gets more media attention, more protection than everyday regular smegular Black Americans like everybody on this panel. And that is something that we don't pay attention to enough as our own culture. And as it's with us as a culture of Black folks, we're always for everybody. If we're friends with everybody and nobody's friends for us. This lady has told us, and through action, inaction, and failure to speak on certain topics, that we are at the bottom of her totem pole, and we've been at the bottom of the Democratic Party's totem pole for the last 75 years at a minimum.
I think any black politician is going to be in a position where they can't say, "Oh, I'm doing this specifically for black people."
Why
and
you
if
can't?
you look at the,
Why can't you?
Because if Obama came by and said, "I'm doing this specifically for black people," you're going to get backlash from another group. And
Let me
if
ask
you
you a
look at
question,
the
though.
polls, if you look at the polls right now, Kamala Harris is struggling with uneducated white voters. So she would be shooting herself in the foot if she put on her website, "Oh, I'm going to do this specifically for black people."
Let me ask you a question.
Why is she saying that she's doing it for gays?
Well, if I may, if a very specific but brief question here. Every other president in American history had to do something that directly addressed black people. Who was it that desegregated the American military? Was it a white president or a black president? Who was it that was in office when the Civil Rights Act of 63 was passed, or the Voting Rights Act of 65, or the Equal Housing Act of 68? Who was it that was in office when the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments to the Constitution were passed, which directly affected black people? And it was done to directly benefit black people. Was it a black man or a white man in office? Because we only had one. Of the 45 we've only had one that happened to have enough melanin to be a little bit darker than me. So this ideology of she can't do this, no, it's not that she can't do it. You can do whatever you want when soon as you take that oath and you got that constitutional power for 4 years, you can do what you want. You choosing not to do it once you have, and Abraham Lincoln said it best: every man can stand up in the face of adversity, but if you want to test somebody's character, you give them power. And when she has power, what does she do with it? She puts black people down here, and she puts every other subclassification up here. And yet, what do we do in mass? We still run to the polls and vote for somebody that had the audacity to say, "I ain't gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's gonna only benefit black people." No, but you need the black vote. You need it. You pander for it. Like you gonna do whatever you need to do to get this 13% of this population, even if that means lying through your yellow stained teeth to get there.
Yeah, but that's the problem. She doesn't have to do anything for the black vote, because black people, we give our vote to them freely without demanding anything. We don't even stand up and pretend that we won't vote for them without it. We're the only population on the planet who votes for somebody at a 90% rate. 90% of all black people vote Democrat. That is outrageous. I mean, there's literally no reason for that. No justification at all. They don't promise us anything. They don't give us anything. They come around every 4 years, say, "Hey guys, remember me? Oh yeah, I'm gonna make everything better for you. I'm gonna fix all your problems. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that." And then they give us rappers, and they give us comedians and entertainers to come out and talk to us and do a little dance and song for us, and then they disappear into the wind again. Chicago is a black run city. It's the gun violence there is terrible. It's been that way forever. And then they bring the illegals in, they shove them into all the black neighborhoods and the black areas. And I mean, I don't understand why people don't wake up and see what's going on. The Democrat Party do not care about us. All they care about is for us to come out every 4 years and vote for them, and that's it. Then they disappear in the wind again.
That's why they went and got Megan Thee Stallion.
Let me say something here. Look, Doc, you said something that was interesting. You said 12.5% are into this rainbow thing. Actually, that's the highest percentage in the country, and it's in Oregon of all places. Surprisingly, what the census data are, and I've looked that up several times over the last few weeks, is that there is slightly less than 0.5% that is transsexual. Slightly less than 1% of the country's population is lesbian. Slightly less than 1.5% of the country's population is male homosexual, and bisexual, those who have dabbled even slightly, ranges between 4 and 4.5%, which is indeterminate. So that's somewhere between 6.5% to 7% of the population. The Jewish population is slightly less than 2% of the country's population. But look at all of the stuff that has been committed to the benefit of less than 2% of the country's population, meaning the Jewish one, and look at what is being committed to somewhere around 6.5 to 7% of the country's population, but the much larger black population gets absolutely nothing committed to it. So why this discrepancy? The reason stated for we can't afford to do this and jeopardize our situation to be in position to do something, Mr. Democrat, as you proposed, seems to fade in rationale when you say 2% gets everything. We're involved in financing a war for less than 2% of the population, and for up to 6.5 or 7% of the population, of which we really have just some that go both ways and makes up the big chunk. We're doing everything for them, and that's part of the plank, but there's not one single thing in this plank for black people.
I have a question, Judge.
I'll address that in two ways.
What
Let me address that
percentage?
first. Let me address it. So first, let's use Tim Scott as an example. A black politician with gay allegations. And I feel like every time that the Republican right brings up LGBTQ plus, that it's a losing subject because most people don't want to be in people's bedrooms. The other point is that black politicians' hands are tied on either party. If Tim Scott came out and said, I'm going to do X, Y, Z for black people, it would be massive backlash. He has to get on the stage at RNC, him, Byron Donalds, and all these other black politicians say racism doesn't exist. Racism doesn't exist. Because black politicians know they have to walk a line, whether they're a Democrat or a Republican.
Who says this? Who says black politicians have to walk a line? Where are you getting this from?
I'm saying that. I'm saying in general, from what I see, that as a black politician just coming out and saying, I want to do this specifically for black people would hurt them politically.
No, it wouldn't, because I used to work for a congressman that was in I think it was Bartow County in Georgia. His name was Phil Gingrey. I worked for, he was a white man. I worked for him when I was 18 years old, first graduated high school. That was the first internship I had. And he got 6% of the black vote his first time in Congress. And the reason that he got 6% was because he decided one day to go into those neighborhoods and sit down with those black folks, those black sisters and brothers, and ask them what they wanted. By the time it came around for his reelection, he went from 6%, 6.5% specifically, to over 14%, because all he did was go and talk to them. If Republicans said they would do something specifically for black folks, which is, by the way, what Trump tried to say, he had a conversation with Ice Cube about the Platinum Plan, which was going to inject billions of dollars directly into the black community, but the plan never was able to come to fruition because it would have taken longer to get passed. Black folks love when you tell us you're going to do something. We was getting happy when Joe Biden said we was going to put Harriet Tubman on a $20 damn bill. We are suckers for symbolism. You give a Negro symbolism and he'll run a mile for you when you only walked an inch. So if we actually had a black Republican that had the gall to say, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z for the American Negro, black people would be running to the polls for him, because just off the strength of having the ability to say you would do it.
Then why wasn't Tim Scott VP when he was the leading VP in the polls?
What do you mean? When he was leading, what do you mean?
Why
Tim Scott was the VP that everybody said he should get, but Trump picked JD Vance. Why?
Because you can't tell somebody who to pick for it's their campaign. You can't tell somebody who to pick for vice president.
Let me answer that, because I think he picked JD Vance to deliver Ohio. South Carolina, I believe, is going to stay red. Ohio's technically is turned into a purple state like North Carolina. You pick your VPs as in, okay, what type of pool do they have in their state? You don't just, you pick, if you notice, if they're picking, y'all could correct me though if I'm wrong.
It has to be strategic. You're spot on.
Yeah, so they pick.
I think you're right, Dana. You're right.
Yeah, you're spot on. Yeah, you're right.
So I think so. It's like, yeah, Tim Scott is the favorite to the average national person, right? Because again, you're voting for over emotions, but strategically, JD Vance was a better pick because you need Ohio. You need Ohio. South Carolina is going to go to Trump. Let me bring this up because Patrick says, Mr. Gray, you live in a red state but want blue policies is crazy work.
Well, look what McCain did picking Sarah Palin, Obama's cousin, to run as his vice president.
Yes.
You heard what I said, Obama's cousin.
And they are cousins. That's a fact.
Okay. So Obama and Sarah Palin are running against each other. She's vice presidential candidate against his primary presidential candidate, John McCain. John McCain has 2 grandchildren who are darker than Barack Obama. It gets kind of mixed up because his son married his favorite daughter-in-law, who was a female black Navy officer. So she's real dark. So he's got 2 very chocolate looking grandchildren, which makes the whole thing get a little bit weird about who's supporting who. So Sarah Palin's married to a Native American from Alaska. She's cousin to Barack Obama, who is half African and half American through his Kansas origin mother. And one of the cousins, who is first cousin to Barack Obama's grandfather, is President George Herbert Walker Bush. Both of them are first nephews to George Herbert Walker, who founded the mega energy corporation Halliburton. So then you have George W. Bush in there, who is also a cousin, and Dick Cheney, Vice President of the United States, is a cousin. So when you start interjecting race, it gets a little crazy. Does it cost you? Look at what Eisenhower did. He sent the 101st Airborne Division down there to Little Rock after the Brown v. Board of Education to get rid of Governor Faubus, who said he was not going to allow anybody in there. I witnessed personally Governor Faubus endorse Joe Biden in 1972 for future offices, along with George Wallace, John Stennis, Byrd, who was former Grand Dragon of the Klan, and Stennis Eastland from Mississippi endorsed him. So she winds up being his vice president. This whole thing's kind of mixed up. So is there any penalty against backing any particular group, like in this longest clause in her policy? Notice everything.
I have a question, Judge. You brought up a good point. Only 2% of America is Jewish. And you said less than I think 10% is part of the alphabet community.
6.5% if you include the 4 to 4.5% bisexual. It works out to somewhere around 2%. No, hold on. It works out not quite 3% who are lesbian, male homosexual, or transvestite.
So my question is this: what percentage of that do you think are actual voters, and is that the reason why they are being given so much rights and agenda in this going forward? And what percentage are Democratic voters of that? So I mean, that's important to know, because the fact of the matter is, I think Black people in this country are not voting at high numbers, and that's why they're being given that agenda. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm saying that's what I think the reason is. The percentage is Black people in this country are not high voters.
And where they are, what do they get? Just take Memphis. Memphis is the largest predominantly Black city in the United States. 75% of the police department's Black. The chief of police is a Black female. The sheriff is a Black male. 75% of the sheriff's department's Black. 75% of the jury pool's Black. 60% of the criminal court judges are Black and female. Now, we get all of this stuff about white supremacy running the criminal justice system. Where is it? There's a Democratic prosecutor. There is a Black male who is judge now of juvenile court. So where the majority of the city council's Black, the majority of the county commission's Black. So we keep getting the same whine about white supremacy running everything. Where is it?
Well, it doesn't. The fact of the matter is, Judge, it doesn't exist. I don't know if anyone on the panel, has anyone on the panel heard of Thomas Sowell?
I know who he is.
Yes, I know who it is.
So he did a book. He wrote a book very recently. It was called Social Justice Fallacies. One of the first things he talked about in that book was he called exposing the mythology surrounding modern white supremacy. It's a narrative that's still pushed. And the fact of the matter is, he said, well, from an economic perspective, exactly how are they superior? Because the Asian American household now earns $85,000 per year. The Indian American household earns between $101,000 to $107,000 per year. The Hispanic household is then you have the white household that earns around $55,000. Hispanic household earns a little bit less, and black people earn the least. And if we look at, we've always equated economics and race with power. We've always equated that. But the fact of the matter is, from an economic perspective, if we believe money is the means to power, through which power is acquired, which I do, the Asian household is more powerful right now than even the white American household. So it's
a major flaw in your calculation because the demographics of the country, the majority of people that live in the United States are white.
Okay, but if you take again, per capita, so take each individual population as an individual numeric, examine the income of those individual populations, and what you discover still is that my statement stands. The Asians that live in this country that have households earn $85,000 a year. Of the white Americans, and hold on, my point is, if there are more white people that live in this country, it should stand to reason they should make more money. There's more of them. Their household income should be higher because there's more of them. So if they're only making $55,000 to $58,000 a year, meanwhile a smaller population is bringing in more money, it actually makes my argument stronger. That actually makes my argument more credible to say that white supremacy is now. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I agree with you. I think you're making a telling point. Go ahead. Keep going.
Well, the point is that if you actually analyze the data, a smaller percentage of the American population is somehow able to pocket more bread. That to me seems, well, what did that mean? We black. What are we doing? How do we let this 3 quick points? How are we letting a smaller population, based on what you're saying, come into this country, make more money, and also, by the way, keep more money within their own community than we are as black people? Like we can't argue that white supremacy exists no more, because what we talking about is we have always. I don't know if y'all ever watched the Jeffersons back in the day. I know I'm young, but I used to watch it. There's an episode there where Archie Bunker and George Jefferson are at a wedding, or at Lionel's wedding, and and a waiter comes over to George and he gives him a drink and he says, "Thank you, sir." And he says, "Hey, Jefferson, this guy giving you the big yes, sir." And George turns to him and says, "What you need to understand, Bunker, is as long as you got enough green in your pocket, then black can become anybody's favorite color." And what that means in substance is that the race and money are always tied together, because he that has the money can set the racial structure, he can set the racial game, and all of that. Right now, what I'm telling you is white people have less money than even Asian Americans or even Indian Americans. So this whole white supremacy thing is a media-used political weapon that appeals to low information voters with average political intellect, like I said earlier. It doesn't.
But you just said that black people are the lowest, so white supremacy clearly does exist because of that. I mean, that doesn't make sense.
Let me ask everybody a question. What's the largest state in the union?
California.
Okay.
California.
The population of California is 54% Hispanic. 48% of the registered voters are Hispanic. Now, how does white supremacy work in that when you also add to the 48% that's Hispanic of the registered voters, you have to include the black community, the Asian community, and the not insignificant Native American community, along with other peripheral ones like East Asian, or Mediterranean, or North African, Arabic communities there. How do you do that? California has no majority race anymore. Neither does Hawaii. So how do you account for that? And the fact Biden was right. I've been saying this for 2 decades. The census calculations show that in about no more than 15 to 17 years, we will have no majority race in this country. So how is white supremacy going to work? Somebody said it about the money. And you, Doc, mentioned money has no face except green. I know when I had my show, they say I was the highest paid man, black or white, in all of Hollywood. And I know my ex-wife used to love to ski. She was a ski instructor up in Aspen, Colorado, and I met all the billionaires and the Rockefellers and Kennedys and all of that. I didn't have any problem. I might have been everybody's token colored boy up there, but I didn't have any problems. I got offered, you want to hop on the Lear, let's go run to Paris. They got a new restaurant we want to check out. My ex wanted to go heli skiing. Okay, fine, go for it. Money talks.
Let me read. Oh, no, I was going to say, let me read this, and I want to kind of start winding it down. It's about to be midnight, but I noticed West Coast people, what is it, 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock there? It's still kind of early, but so thank you, Dwayne says she avoided the illegal immigrant issue every time Trump brought it up, and the weak mediators never pressed her to do so multiple times. I don't think I caught that one, but yeah. Did y'all want to mention anything about? She ain't mentioned nothing about but if majority of the media, of course, they're going to give it to her, but if the people is saying that this woman did a good job and answered the questions, if they're saying that, that is a scary thing. That tells you Americans, like Europeans and even people from all over the world, they look at us like we are airheads. We are. If the majority of Americans actually say she did good, she answered the question, she won the debate, because she never answered none of the fucking questions. She never got into details about the fucking border at all. Did she even mention the migrant crisis? No.
She
No,
didn't
she
have
immediately
to.
went to the Joe Biden executive order and Trump trying to making a phone call to stop it from signing.
She didn't even go into that. She didn't rebuttal that. She didn't. No. She did not answer none of the damn questions. She did nothing but word salad. They coached her how to do a debate with just word salad, to where because the majority of people are going to be confused because they're going to be manipulated and thinking that you actually know or knew what you were talking about.
You know, the frightful thing about what you're talking about is an old American political reality. In a country like this, we get the representation we deserve. And you're talking about how backwards ass so many of the voters are. Maybe we'll get backwards ass representation. And if it's poor, we deserve it because we need to improve ourselves.
What was you going to say, Nora?
I was just going to say, when he was about to go in on her about the border, she distracted him about his rallies. If you guys remember, that's when she went into, when people are going to your rallies, they're leaving. So she didn't have to, unfortunately, because the moderators were extremely biased and they kept pivoting when he was about to go in on her with it.
And by the way,
wait, can somebody answer
the one where people walked out of her rallies? Remember when she had Megan?
The one in Jordan,
after 15 minutes and left when the concert was over.
Right. And so why is it that they only got one debate? What is going on with that?
There are possibly two more.
Why they're saying it's only one?
There possibly are two more.
No, what are they saying? What is being said about the second or third debate? They're not. They're saying this was the only one that they had scheduled.
It's because that's what he agreed to with Joe Biden. Only those two. That's why.
Huh?
Before when it was Joe Biden was running, him and Trump only agreed to the CNN and ABC.
Joe Biden only wanted one. So Trump just said, "All right, I want to debate you. So if you only want one, I'll give you one." Who came up with the idea of one fucking debate?
Harris's team won't come to an agreement.
Two. They agreed. He and Biden agreed to two. So you got the second debate with the Democratic Party then. But this is unprecedented. Nobody during a political campaign in the entire 235-year history of the United States since the Constitution was ratified in 1789 has had two opponents from the same political party running against him for president.
Think
about it.
let me share this real quick, and then I'm gonna wind it down. Before President Biden decided to drop it off the race for re-election, he and former President Trump had agreed to one more showdown on a debate stage. After Biden ended his campaign, it was initially unclear whether the debate between Trump and new Democrat Kamala would take place. Both campaigns have confirmed they will participate in a debate scheduled for today, just a few weeks after Harris. When is the second presidential debate? Hosting September 10th, blah, 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 blah. So this was technically the second one.
That's what I said. He and Biden made that agreement.
No. You glanced over something, Dana. Trump agreed to another one. They won't come to it.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, he also proposed two others. Fox News on the September 4th, NBC September 25th. A Harris campaign spokesperson is open to eager to discuss more debates, but Trump has to show up to the September 10th first. Harris campaign said it would be willing to debate at an unspecific date in October. So
that's what I said. They're discussing two more.
This is crazy.
Yeah, it's unusual. This is totally unprecedented in American history.
Right. How many debates do they have?
But there is one frightening thing about it. If you go back and look at what happened at the end of the Weimar Republic in Germany, it's almost.
All right, you're going to go to the Nazi thing. I get it.
Well, I want to know Nazi. I'm talking about this thing right here with the parliamentary maneuverings that went on in Germany.
I want to know what is the number of debates the presidents, people running for presidency usually have? 3, 4?
In 2020, I think Joe Biden and Trump only debated twice.
3 debates. No, I know
he debated with Hillary 3 times.
Debated with Hillary 3 times.
But so did Obama. He did 3 debates with it was Hillary. No, it wasn't Hillary.
With
McCain.
McCain.
Because this is the thing. It was debate style ABC did. Then they have a town hall set up style debate and something else like the way CNN do it. So that's how it always been. So why are we changing the damn rules now?
Because everything's changed. You're getting fascism kicking in here. This has never been done. We've never had lawfare either with such a blatant disregard for due process of law under the Bill of Rights. We've never had that like this before. Or in the 14th Amendment. It's preposterous. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. When an American vice presidential candidate, Waltz, says free speech must be restricted to end misinformation. We've never had a concept called misinformation, but the Nazis had it exactly that term. Back in 1934, they kicked in. So
yes.
What are we doing here?
Well, all right, I'm going to go around and let everybody get their last remarks. Let's go to Gray first so he could get all of his Kamala groupie talking points out his system. So go ahead, Gray.
First, I want to thank Dana and Judge Joe Brown for allowing the new part on the show. I appreciate it. Kamala Harris did a great job tonight. She stepped up when Joe Biden had to step aside. I know we're saying what all happened. Trump did some unprecedented things when he didn't do the debate with the Republican primary. So that's why the debates are just so like, okay, everybody feels like they can do whatever they want now. I do feel like this is going to affect the polls greatly. And I expect her to go up probably by like 2 points when we all started looking at the news, probably mostly on ABC 538. Please like, follow, subscribe on the new party on YouTube. Thank you.
And guys, I actually pinned their link to their YouTube in the chat. So click it and subscribe and email me a banner and I'll put it in my community section with your link as well. And of course, I'll be sending you an email to come back on. So, and I really appreciate, you coming up here, Gray, and standing your ground, honey.
Hey, thanks. You did
I
well
appreciate it.
for the blue folk. You did
Yeah,
well.
of course. I
I
appreciate
want to
it.
get more blue people to come up on a panel. I mean, a couple of them is in the chat, and I must admit, majority of the people that listen here are pro-Trump. But if you are a blue, if you're voting blue, I would love to invite you on a panel. So send me an email, danawitthedata@gmail. Who wants to go next with closing remarks? D White, where you go?
I'm sorry. I'm here. First off, I'd like to thank you guys also for inviting us on. I definitely enjoyed it. Nice to meet you, Judge. It was a great experience. I just want everybody to take a step back from this, and it's not the end of the world for us. Like we all came to the agreement on. The average American understands what's going on. We won't be fooled by this shenanigans. This lady had 40 days to practice for this one moment, and she did okay. It's not like she did it great. She wasn't a home run. She passed with a C+ at best. She stayed away. It was magic how she stayed away from the border, because that was the one thing that Trump could nail her on, and she just skipped right over that, got it out the way. I'm sure her handlers let her know that's the one thing that we don't want to harp on. We don't want to stay there. He's gonna try over and over to hit you on there. Let's sidestep it. She did a great job at that. But everyone has to deal in reality, in real life. This is bigger than the TV. This is bigger than the internet. We all got bills. We all got gas. We all see what's going on around the country. We all see the war, the wars that have been started under their administration. And I think that we'll be fine come November.
Nora?
Oh, okay. I want to thank Dana for this opportunity, inviting us on. Judge Joe Brown, it was an honor to meet you. My family was fans of you for many, many years. So I really want to thank you for the truth that you're spreading around the country, because we need true and authentic voices. America, this is a battle for good and evil. As a Christian, I cannot stand by and not speak up against the evilness that's going on right now with the Democratic Party. They're pushing abortion, they're pushing LGBTQ+, they're targeting our children. So America, please wake up. Realize that there are so many parallels between Nazi Germany and what's going on with the Democratic Party. Judge Joe Brown tweeted it today. We did a video on it this week about censorship. America, they're trying to censor right-wing voices. Now, whether you agree or not with the right-wing agenda and right-wing viewpoints, the fact of the matter is right-wing and are needed just as much as left-wing viewpoints. So we can't have censorship in this country. If Kamala Harris is voted in office, we will continue to have censorship at an extreme level. She does not like to be critiqued. Number two, the world needs to be saved. And the only person that I think can save the world is Donald Trump at this point. If Kamala Harris is voted in, you will continue to see 30,000 more innocent lives being killed in Palestine. I predict that more people will be killed under her around the world because we will not have leadership. So again, this is bigger than us. I just want to thank again Dana and Judge Joe Brown for this opportunity. Please go to the New Party and watch our videos where we talk about censorship and different viewpoints. And thank you, Dr. Julio, for participating as well and being a good sport with Gray.
Can you tell us where we can find you?
Well, Nora Depp says, what's your IG?
We're on Twitter, the New Party 115, and we're also on YouTube, the New Party.
Mm-hmm.
Do me a favor. Follow me and I'll follow you. All right.
I already am.
Okay, send me a DM
message?
so I can find.
Okay.
I can pick you out.
Yeah, tag like if you tweet something at him, and so that way he know to follow each of y'all back and follow the New Party as well. I don't know if I put this up. She never answered if she met with Putin. If we go back and listen to Obama at the DNC, she repeated everything he said, so he coached her. Yeah, I think he did. He coached her how to finesse the crowd.
Yeah, all she said was, I met with President Zelensky. Yeah.
You know where we heard this? Remember, what was it, day before yesterday? I was supposedly debating that clown that was giving all of the graphs and everything in his debate and playing other people's clips in order to make his debate points. It sounded just like that, exactly what he was giving. This is a prepared text from the DNC. That's what they did.
And real quick, Dana, why you cutting the judge off? Boy, bye. I know there had to be one person in here. We have a panel. Everybody
He didn't cut me off.
Yeah,
cut
like
me off.
he was here for 2 hours yesterday. Y'all going to see him for 2 hours on Thursday? He on other people's stuff. I think he's doing something Wednesday. He's here for 4 hours. Damn.
She wasn't doing it like these clowns just did during this so-called debate where they blocked getting to the funky stuff, you know.
So I was saying Dr. Austin, but I guess I could say Dr. Julio.
Yeah, that's the nickname. Yeah, but my friends call me Austin. But if you met me from TikTok or Clubhouse, it's Dr. Julio. Yes, but no. I want to say first of all, Judge Joe Brown, we spoke on the phone several times, but now we've had a actual live conversation. So I'm going to say we have to do this again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
By the way, I must commend you, young man. You are a very, very well-read, well-informed, and well-reasoned person. You impressed me. You gave me some different perspectives, which is infrequent.
Can you let him? Can you let him?
Well, no, I appreciate it, and I mean, like I've shared with you before when we spoke, you've given me some, so that's why when we speak for hours on end. But the credit for that goes to the greatest mother and father in the world, as far as I'm concerned. So them and the Lord are completely responsible for the way my brain works, and they taught me to think. My father taught me, above all else, learn how to think critically and do that very well. And the fact of the matter is that that's what I'm asking everybody that watches this to do. Think critically, because the Democrats are critically thinking just like Trump is critically thinking. The question is about what? This election is about a man that cares about the country and a woman that cares about her pockets and her party, following her party's line. Donald Trump is the only president that I'm aware of in my lifetime that has not taken a presidential salary. He doesn't need presidential money. He don't need to take a bullet for this country, but he's done it. Don't tell me that he's not for this country when he literally doesn't even take the salary that comes with doing the damn job. He is doing this because he does care. And if you really understand what I'm saying, if you really understand what's happening, this is an opportunity to, for those of you that are my Christian friends, prolong the inevitable. And if you really understand what I'm talking about, you know exactly what I mean. Donald Trump is the only thing that can prolong the inevitable. We can't stop it. And the ones know what I'm talking about, but we can absolutely prolong it. The fact of the matter is, the woman that has been selected or that has been put in place as his opponent, which even that was done not by the book, it was done undemocratically, process wasn't followed, is doing so because they don't want American people to think. Donald Trump is a businessman that stepped into some territory he was not welcome in, and he beat them at their own game one time, and I think he needs to do it again. Inflation is higher than it's supposed to be, and we need to get that man back in office at the minimum to get prices down, because I don't know about you, but I'm somebody daddy. My groceries is a little bit higher than they're supposed to be. So, and, you know, it's just keep your eyes open. God gave us two ears, 2 eyes, 1 mouth for a reason. He that hath ears to hear, let him hear. He that hath eyes to see, let's hope they stay open.
Thank you, Dr. Julio. It's your first time up here, so I appreciate you joining the panel, and I definitely will be inviting you back on, like I'm going to be inviting the new party. I want to do more panels like this, and yeah, so thank you guys. And Judge,
remarks. I'll say this. The whole atmosphere for me was laid out in the very beginning when she started saying we suffered through these long years, we suffered this, we suffered that. And I said, you know, you don't have a parent that went through any of this here. You don't have a grandparent. You don't have an aunt, uncle, cousin who went through this here. You have absolutely no connection with this country. Why didn't you tell the truth and say, when you suffered this, when you went through it, or when all of the rest of you had ancestors who endured this? Because I didn't. I understand, I think, what you were talking about. She lied to us by implying that she had something to do with this whole country setup, and she has absolutely none personally, nor through her family, because she has no connection. I think that the other thing that disturbed me is, as I was listening to her, I was going back to, I think it was October 1967, and I had a course in propaganda at UCLA and UCLA's poli-sci department, and I was seeing in my mind's eye these chapters we went through as to how to indulge in a propaganda campaign. And I heard it. And one of the crucial elements that came to me was to talk around the subject and never make a commitment to any particular position or point. And we did not hear that. I also heard in the whole thing, and I remarked on this with my opening statements, I want to see what the press does and how they run with this or how they put it on. And we heard it. And what they did was solve some detective work for me. They showed a close affinity to her campaign and her position by the way they assisted her in avoiding her weak points. They cast this whole thing as we have a secret pattern, a secret set of things we're going to talk about. We'll let you know so we can see how you go. But they carefully crafted the subject matter to avoid anything of embarrassment to her. And I found that telling. And as has been pointed out with this panel, we still have to go to the cash register or pay the cash register when we go through the grocery store, the gas pump, or we have to pay the pharmacy when we go there, as I've pointed out. And there's no way around that. We still have unsafe streets, which are absolutely horrible. We have this immigrant situation with how cute. That's a lie. I saw it on television. No, you didn't. Nobody eats cats. Yes, they do. But the point is,
August 24th.
Yeah, people are very disturbed about what's happening with this immigrant situation. And there was a thing on X today and another something I got off of Apple's news service. And what it was about was, wow, the northern border is over. And there was an interview that was videoed of an Indian who illegally crossed the border through some woods in the far north of the United States. And he was running a taxi service to transport illegals, Indians, 60% of the illegals coming across the northern border being Kamala's people. He was transporting them to pre-designated locations. So I'm saying the northern border is unsecured, the southern border is unsecured, and what the moderators failed to talk about, which is the most obvious, we've got Homeland Security. So another Pearl Harbor, another 9/11 doesn't occur. But we don't have to have hijacked airplanes. We've got wide open borders where military-age Chinese nationals can be interviewed by major news outlets and ask how they got there and say, I left China 40 days ago on my journey here, or I left so-and-so place in Africa to come in through such and such South American country, or I came in from the Middle East, and I'm looking at all of these people come through the fence with these large backpacks on, some ICE agents standing over there, no sidearms, no weapons, arms crossed, told to stand down and stand by. And nobody's checking them for the military grade explosives that they could come in and hop on government sponsored transport, go anywhere in the country they want, and plant the explosive devices in skyscrapers, schools, hospitals, dams, power generating facilities.
I thought these were your closing remarks,
Ready
Judge.
to go.
I'm
Well, it is. Let me finish. I'm almost through. And what I'm disturbed about is what the press did not do, since they wanted to keep such tight control of the proceedings. Why did they let down the American public so badly by not investigating those obvious channels that ought to have been proceeded down so we could find out what was actually going on? Now, they didn't do that, and that indicates to me that they're in complicity. So now I start getting all of this, program thing, conspiracy thing. It starts kicking in. I can't help it. It's like all of these Nazi methodologies, all of this press involved in it, all of this complicity.
Came straight out of Karl Marx's book.
Exactly. And then you can put the communist thing in there too. And the daddy was a Marxist
Right.
economist. So I'm looking at this like, what's going on here? And that question is not answered by what I heard. I heard Trump state opposition to it. I did not hear his opponent address that. And I heard her being protected from the necessity. That's where I'll park this vehicle on that.
And for everybody wondering where you can find me, I'm on TikTok at Real Austin Off Script, and on YouTube at Austin Off Script, or Dr. Julio on TikTok. Just type that in and my name pops up on TikTok, or Austin Off Script here on YouTube.
Yeah, email me your social media handles and a banner too, and I put that in my community as well. Because your main base is on TikTok. So yeah, so just email me like your banner and links, and I'll put it in my community section.
Absolutely.
And New Party did the same as well. So I just want to say thank you to everybody. First of all, everybody that donated, I really appreciate you guys. Everybody on X, the Real Judge John Brown YouTube, the Real Dana YouTube, because I was streaming from all three. So thank you everybody that stayed for the whole time. People came in, people became members, people subscribed, and go subscribe to the New Party. The link is in the chat, and it'll be in our community section. And I will see you guys tomorrow night. I have another special guest tomorrow night, and which should be fun. But we're definitely going to be doing more panels. And yeah, and I think this was a good watch party. This is a good, minus the debate, but this was a good watch party. So I appreciate all you guys. Definitely want to have you back on. And of course, Thursday, you'll see the judge again for Man Up Thursday. All right, everybody.
Thanks. Always vote.
Thanks.
Yes. Make
Thank
sure
you.
I enjoyed all of it.
Dr.
Even our
Julio,
Yes,
I
yes.
love the debate again.
Even our blue guy, I enjoyed you.
Appreciate it, Show, bro.
Absolutely. We can. I'm always.
And somebody looks like they have connections with St. Elizabeth Parish in Jamaica, man.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But unlike her, we're actually really, we have Nigerian in our background. I'm not faking it. I can put my DNA results.
I did mine too. I've got lots of Nigerian.
Yeah.
I've been to Jamaica, man. Many times, man. We have fun, man.
Y'all have a
As
great
always.
night. I really appreciate it. I had fun.
Thank you guys. Appreciate you.
Everyone, nice meeting you.
All right.
Yeah. All of you. I enjoyed you. Doc, talk to you later. Miss Dana.
All right, Judge. I'll call you a little bit later.
All right.
All right. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. This is 4 hours and 40 minutes. We usually do the X Space Tuesday, and it usually run around this time, being on X, 4 hours minimum. So, but we just aired the debate and had the panel. So yeah, thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful night. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. I don't have an outro. That's